Good afternoon, everyone. Time for convening has arrived. Senate will come to order. At this time, I'd ask all unauthorized personnel to exit the chamber. I recognize the senator from the 6th. Speak to the journal.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Glad you could join us today. Just get here when you can. Mr. President, we got a great lineup of pages that have come today from all over this great state. Out of Lithonia, we have Abijah Anderson. From Cordele, Hudson Booth. From Jonesboro, Gerard Champion. From Alpharetta, Mikhail Dionaran. From Lithonia, Edema Frank. From Valdosta, Anna Clark Gibbs. I think her mom and daddy might be here. From Cordele, we have Slade Griffin. From Stone Mountain, Andy Griffith. From Lithonia, Ayanna Harrison. From Lithonia, Germany, Harris Wells. From Marietta, Holly Henthorn. Also from Marietta, Clara Kinney. From my hometown of Noonan, Georgia, Ansley Lane. From Duluth, Olivia Lynn. From Lithonia, Kyron Matthews. From Statesboro, we have twins, Abube and Diana Mbakwe. From Stonecrest, Aubrey McClendon. Also from my hometown, we have Laura Mickle, whose mama works for our county. From Lithonia, we have Lazaria Nichols. From Marietta, Ariana Panther. From Decatur, Adeline Penley. From Johns Creek, Amber Quinn. From Johns Creek, Isha Sajun. From Atlanta, Moyalua Samaye and her brother Olujoba Samaye, whose their mother is actually the senator from the 28th, Doctor. From Atlanta, we have Ade Damola Samuel. From Lithonia, Jemiah Simmons. From LJ, Ava Smith. From Lithonia, Destiny Sutton. From Luthersville, we have Mary Trammell, who's actually the daughter of our former minority leader in the House, Representative Bob Trammell. From Valdosta, we have Kaylin Walker. And from Duluth, we have Elva Zhu. Y'all give these pages a big round of applause. We appreciate y'all being here to help us serve the great people of the great state of Georgia. We got a big day for y'all, lots to do. Mr. President, over the weekend, I found an error in the journal. The error in the journal of the 24th legislative day, and I ask that the senator from the 16th district be recognized to explain.
All right. This might be the first time I've ever seen this go down before, Senator, so good catch right there. All right. Is there objection to the senator from the 16th speaking to the error in the journal? Without objection, Senator. Floor is yours.
Mr. President, the report of the Committee on Government Oversight from February 26, 2025 erroneously read that SB 170 do pass by substitute, LC 60113S. The committee had actually recommended that SB 170 do pass by substitute, LC 600123S. I ask unanimous consent that the report of the committee be corrected to transfer the action taken by the committee and that the journal be corrected accordingly.
Senator from the 14th, you'd like to speak?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
State your
President.
inquiry.
Mr. President, it's not true that the presentation by the senator from the 16th reminded me that early in the session, because I forgot where I sat this term, I accidentally canceled a vote on the senator from the 16th machine. Is that not true?
Well, the senator knows what he speaks.
And is it not true, Mr. President, that because I missed my deadline for getting that in the journal, this is my public mea culpa to apologize to the senator from the 16th? Is that not true?
You're a good man in
Thank
every
you, Mr.
way,
President.
Senator. If there's no objection to the senator from the 16th's motion, without objection, motion granted. Now I recognize senator from the 6th. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. After getting through the reading and catching that little error, the journal from the 25th day has been read and found to be correct, and I move we dispense with the reading of the journal.
All right. Sounds good, Senator. Is there objection to dispensing of the reading of the journal? Chair hears none. The reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there objection to the confirmation of the journal? Chair hears none. The journal is confirmed. All senators who have bills and resolutions to introduce, please bring them to the Secretary's desk at this time. First reading and references the Senate bills. Mr. Secretary.
Senate Bill 313 by Senator Estevez of the 35th and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section.
State and local government. General.
Senate Bill 314 by Senator Estevez of the 35th and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Title
Health
30.
and Human Services.
Senate Bill 315 by Senator Estevez of the 35th and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 6 of Chapter 3 of Title 44, the official.
Economic Development.
Senate Bill 316 by Senator Goodman of the 8th. The bill to be entitled an act to authorize the assessment and collection of a technology fee by the
State and local government.
Senate Bill 317 by Senator Goodman of the 8th. The bill to be entitled an act to authorize the
State
assessment.
and local government.
Senate Resolution 310 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others. A resolution creating the Senate Study Committee on
Children and Family.
Senate Resolution 311 by Senator Robertson of the 29th and others. A resolution creating
Health
the
and Human Services.
Senate Resolution 319 by Senator Rahman of the 5th and others. A resolution recognizing July 2025 as Muslim.
Rules.
Senate Resolution 320 by Senator Estevez of the 35th and others. A resolution creating the National Statuary Hall Collection Replacement Committee.
Rules.
Senate Resolution 323 by Senator Eccles of the 49th and others. A resolution.
Economic Development.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
First reading references the House bills.
House Bill 66 by Representative Stevens of the 164th and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5C.
Finance.
House Bill 240 by Representative Williams of the 148th and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 2 of Article.
Banking and Financial Institutions.
House Bill 303 by Representative Gillard of 162nd and others. Bill to be entitled.
State institutions and properties.
House Bill 307 by Representative Ballard of 147th and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 3 of Article 6 of Chapter.
Education and Youth.
House Bill 373 by Representative Glaze of the 67th and others. Bill to be entitled an act to.
Insurance and Labor.
House Bill 377 by Representative Leverett of the 123rd and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Subpart 1.
Banking.
House Bill 422 by Representative McCollum of the 30th and others. Bill to be entitled.
Insurance and Labor.
House Bill 423 by Representative Wade of the 9th and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend.
Public
Article.
Safety.
House Bill 475 by Representative Gamble of the 15th and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 48.
Economic Development.
House Bill 495 by Representative Dickey of the 134th and others. Bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to education so as to repeal Chapter 18 related to the Center for Rural Prosperity and Innovation to amend.
Agriculture.
Mr. President, that completes the order.
Secretary will read reports of Standing Committee.
Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Children and Families has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 245 due pass. Senate Bill 259 due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd District, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 107 due pass by substitute. Senate Bill 108 due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Beach of the 21st District, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 65 due pass by substitute. Senate Bill 82 due pass by substitute. Senate Bill 93 due pass by substitute. Senate Bill 171 due pass by substitute. Senate Bill 295 due pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman of the 4th District, Chairman. Dear Mr. Secretary, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.6, I hereby give notice of my intent to introduce a minority report to be read along with the majority report of the presentation of Senate Bill 65 before the whole body of the Senate, which was passed by the Committee on Education and Youth on March 3rd, 2025. Very respectfully, Senator Setzler. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Higher Education has had under consideration the following legislation has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 120 due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Burns of the 23rd District, Chairman. Dear Mr. Secretary, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.6, I hereby give notice that I will introduce a minority report to read along with the majority report of Senate Bill 120, which the Committee on Higher Education passed on Monday, March 3rd, 2025. Sincerely, Senator Jones. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendations. Senate Bill 243, due pass by substitute. Senate Bill 276, due pass. Senate Bill 284, due pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker, the 20th District Chairman. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendations. Senate Bill 27, due pass by substitute. Senate Bill 61, due pass by substitute. Senate Bill 179, due pass by substitute. Senate Bill 204, due pass. Senate Bill 244, due pass. Senate Bill 268, due pass. Senate Bill 279, due pass. Senate Bill 298, due pass by substitute. Senate Resolution 262, due pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland, 42nd District Chairman. Dear Mr. Secretary, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.6, I hereby give notice I will introduce a minority report to be read along with the majority report of Senate Bill 61, which was passed by the Committee on Judiciary on Monday, March 3rd, 2025. Sincerely, Senator Parent. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Public Safety has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 75, due pass. Senate Resolution 216, due pass. Senate Bill 264, due pass. Senate Resolution 282, due pass. Senate Bill 291, due pass. Senate Bill 293, due pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Albers, the 56th District Chairman. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Regulated Industries and Utilities has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendations. Senate Bill 194, due pass. Senate Bill 221, due pass. Senate Bill 239, due pass. Senate Bill 256, due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Cowser, the 46th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Retirement has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 285, due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Williams, the 25th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules has had under consideration the following legislation and instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 64, due pass by substitute. Senate Bill 162, due pass by substitute. Senate Bill 242, due pass. Senate Bill 255, due pass. Senate Resolution 148, due pass by substitute. Senate Resolution 246, due pass. Senate Resolution 309, due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Brass, the 6th District Chairman. Dear Mr. Secretary, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.6, I hereby give notice I will introduce a minority report to read along with the majority report of Senate Bill 242, which was passed by the Committee on Rules on February 28th, 2025. Sincerely, Senator Jackson. Dear Mr. Secretary, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-1.6, I hereby give notice I will introduce a minority report to read along with the majority report of Senate Resolution 246, which was passed by the Committee on Rules on February 28th, 2025. Sincerely, Senator Jackson. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations General has had under consideration the following legislation and instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 260, due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon, the 45th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Bill 206, due pass. Senate Bill 237, due pass. House Bill 462, due pass. Senate Bill 234, due pass. Senate Bill 235, due pass. Senate Bill 302, due pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon, the 45th District Chairman. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Veterans, Military, and Homeland Security has had under consideration the following legislation and has instructed me to report the same back to the Senate with the following recommendation. Senate Resolution 245, due pass. Senate Bill 236, due pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Payne, the 54th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Secretary will read bills and resolutions for the second time.
Senate Bill 36 by Senator Setzler, the 37th, and others, Georgia Religious Freedom Restoration Act and Act. Senate Bill 63 by Senator Dixon, the 45th, and others, Quality Basic Education Act. Local school systems offer certain exams to home study students require. Senate Bill 121 by Senator Harbin, the 16th, and others, uninsured motorist coverage minimum required under the motor vehicle liability policies for an individual convicted of driving under the influence of reckless driving increase. Senate Bill 124 by Senator Still, the 48th, and others, education, state school superintendent, and the Department of Education to take all steps reasonably necessary to implement guidance documents from a federal agency require. Senate Bill 132 by Senator Strickland, the 42nd, and others, insanity and mental incapacity, hearing before a court orders an evaluation of the mental competency of accused persons to stand trial require. Senate Bill 148 by Senator Hatchett of the 50th, and others, public school property and facilities, outdoor learning spaces, pilot program provide. Senate Bill 181 by Senator Anna Vitarte, the 31st, and others, education, public school, and public post-secondary institutions shall not accept funding from or enter into contracts with foreign adversaries provide. Senate Bill 201 by Senator Walker, the 20th, and others, consumer transactions, increase consumer protection for homeowners entering into contracts with contractors following natural disasters, provide. Senate Bill 207 by Senator Strickland, the 42nd, and others, professions and businesses, a pre-clearance process in the licensing of individuals with criminal records who make application to or are investigated by certain licensing boards and commissions, create. Senate Bill 213 by Senator Kirkpatrick, the 32nd, and others, Fair Business Practices Act of 1975, commercial cheating services that target students and examinees seeking a professional license as an unfair, unlawful, and deceptive trade practice ban. Senate Bill 230 by Senator Still, the 48th, and others, condominiums, maximum amount of insurance deductibles payable to unit owners, remove the limitation. Senate Bill 240 by Senator Williams, the 25th, and others, Georgia Native Plant Month, designate April of each year. Senate Bill 241 by Senator Williams, the 25th, and others, funeral directors, organic human reduction as a means of disposing of deceased human bodies, provide. Senate Bill 254 by Senator Cowser, the 46th, Georgia Hemp Farming Act, Delta 9 THC, and consumable hemp products provide milligram limits. Senate Resolution 217 by Senator Kennedy, the 18th, and others, Senate Study Committee on Combating Chronic Absenteeism in Schools, create. House Bill 167 by Representative Hagan of the 156 and others, Game and Fish authorize fluorescent pink hunting outdoor garments. House Bill 287 by Representative Rhodes of the 124th and others, Environmental Protection Division, Environmental Advisory Council update reference date to standards, rules, and regulations. Mr. President, that completes the order.
It is now time for the morning roll call. Are there any motions to excuse? Any motions to excuse? All right. Secretary will call the roll. Senator, signify your presence by voting the yay switch. You gotta recognize the senator from the 43rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 26th for business outside the Capitol.
Without objection, senator from the 26th is excused. Any other motions to excuse? Secretary will call the roll. Senator, signify your presence by voting the yay switch. Secretary, unlock the machine. It is now time for our morning devotion, afternoon devotion. All senators, please take your seats and cease all conversation. I would ask that the doorkeepers secure the chamber at this time. I recognize the senator from the 17th to introduce our chaplain of the day and lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. Please join me in our Pledge of Allegiance to the United States. Flag. Pledge allegiance to the Georgia flag, the principles on which it stands, wisdom, justice, moderation. Good morning, Senators. I am delighted to honor and have our chaplain for the day, Reverend Dr. Keith Reynolds. Dr. Reynolds is a native of Gary, Indiana. His professional career began in 1981 as an educator with the DeKalb County School System. He was a teacher, coach, principal, and teacher of the year at his school and retired after 31 years of service. Also in 1981, Pastor Reynolds accepted God's call and entered Christian ministry. He has served as an associate minister, led worship service at the Palmer House, a senior citizen high-rise, as well as served in the Kairos ministry, which gave him the opportunity to mentor to men incarcerated in both the Georgia State Penitentiary and the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary. Then on January the 30th, 2011, the members of Christian Fellowship Baptist Church in College Park elected him as their third pastor. Throughout his career, Pastor Reynolds infused the Lord's work in all he did by blending his administrative skills in education and his call to the Christian ministry. Pastor Reynolds holds a Bachelor of Science degree from Lincoln University, a Master of Arts degree in education from Clark Atlanta University, an educational specialist degree from Jacksonville State University, and the Doctorate of Education degree from Clark Atlanta University. His additional postgraduate work includes studies at the Interdenominational Theological Center, ITC, and the New Orleans Baptist Theological Seminary, and a certificate of theology. Dr. Reynolds is a biblical scholar, a true man of God, and an inspiration to his church and community. He resides in Stone Mountain, Georgia, with his lovely wife of 30 years, Ms. Marilyn Johnson Reynolds, who is with him today. We are delighted to have him in Clayton County as the senior pastor of Christian Fellowship Baptist Church. Colleagues, our chaplain for the day, Reverend Dr. Keith Reynolds.
Good afternoon to everyone. I preached my sermon yesterday, so I won't be long today. But in thinking about what I wanted to encourage you, hopefully inspire and inform you just a little bit about, the one word, service. Service to the least of these. I'm sure all of you are in your seats this afternoon and in your careers, what you've done, with that thought of serving others, doing the very best you can do to help those individuals who find themselves on the curbside of life. No matter what our differences are, no matter what our political parties may be, the bottom line, the bottom goal, the major objective, we want to serve all of God's people, to make sure that they have the very best of what God has afforded them to have. And so as I encourage you this afternoon, please keep in the forefront of your minds and in your thoughts, how can I serve this state and this country and this world? The final words would be, and the greatest among you will be my servant. Let us bow our heads for a moment of prayer. Father God, we come this afternoon with thanksgiving in our hearts and in our minds. We ask, Heavenly Father, that you continue to keep your loving arms around us, that you would lead us and guide us, bless us. Father, we ask for your presence in each and everywhere that we go. We ask for your power to strengthen us and to energize us as we travel the tedious road of life. We ask for your protection from dangers seen and unseen. We ask for your patience with us and allow us to be patient with one another. We ask, dear Lord, for your peace, that it will rest, rule, and abide in us, and that your peace will surpass all understanding. Oh, Father, our God, we need you today in our world and our state and our counties and our government bodies. Give us the desires of our hearts, and that those desires be in your will and in your way. We do love you, Lord, and we rest in the assurance of your love for us. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
We are always glad to have our doctors of the day, and to introduce our doctor of the day, I call on the senator from the 39th. Introduce our doctor of the day. Senator?
Good morning. I'm so excited to introduce you to our doctor of the day. Dr. Dorsey Norwood is a board-certified pediatrician based here in Atlanta with over 25 years of experience in the medical field. She earned her medical degree from Emory University School of Medicine in 1997 and completed her residency in pediatrics at the same institution. She currently practices at Norwood Pediatrics in East Point. She's affiliated with several hospitals in the area, including CHOA. In addition to her clinical practice, Dr. Norwood serves as an associate professor of clinical pediatrics at Emory University, a position she's held since 2002. She has been named a mom-approved doctor by Atlanta Parents Magazine multiple times. She's also received teaching awards from Emory University. She is fluent in both English and Spanish, allowing her to effectively communicate with her diverse patient population. She is praised for her professionalism and compassionate care, and today we get to visit with her as our Doctor of the Day. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Senator Halpern. What an amazing honor it is to serve as Doctor of the Day today. My father, Felton Norwood, was a pediatrician in North Atlanta for 40 years, and he was an amazing diagnostician and deeply influenced my decision to become a doctor. He, like Sherlock Holmes, loved the challenge of a good pickup, of a good finding. So I worked with him for 2 years before he retired, and then I moved my practice down to East Point to serve the folks of South Fulton. I have been warmly welcomed there over the last 20 years. I've been invited to birthday celebrations, to funerals, and to quinceañeras. I now am seeing the children of my patients, which is something. And when my father heard about that, he said, when you start seeing the grandchildren, that's when it's time to consider retirement. So I thank you for everything you do and your unwavering commitment to the people of Georgia. Let's continue to serve together. Thank you so much.
We have several special presentations here today, and several special people that we want to recognize. But one of them here today is former Senator Kelly Loeffler, who is now our administrator for our small business part of the Trump administration, and we're really proud of her being confirmed, number one, but also the contributions she's going to make to the new administration, and very excited about having her here today. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Resolution 247 by Senator Gooch, the 51st, and others, a resolution commending Kelly Loeffler and for other purposes. Whereas Kelly Loeffler was appointed by the President of the United States to serve as the Administrator of the Small Business Administration, bringing her record of public service and leadership to the role. And whereas Kelly Loeffler has previously served as United States Senator from Georgia, during which time she championed policies to support small businesses, strengthen the economy, and empower American workers. And whereas Kelly Loeffler has consistently demonstrated a deep commitment to fiscal responsibility, transparency, and accountability in government, earning the trust and respect of her constituents, now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body commend Kelly Loeffler for a distinguished career, impactful tenure in the United States Senate, and her ongoing efforts as the Administrator of the Small Business Administration to strengthen and support American small businesses. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. I recognize the majority leader to speak to the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, today I'm honored to recognize an extraordinary Georgian. Former Senator Kelly Loeffler was appointed by President Trump to serve as the administrator of the Small Business Administration in December of 2024, and she was confirmed by the Senate on February 19th of this year. Senator Loeffler brings an impressive record of public service and leadership to the role. She led a successful business career in the automotive and financial services industry and venture capital. She went on to become a key leader for the Intercontinental Exchange and later the New York Stock Exchange until shifting her focus to public service. When Governor Kemp appointed Loeffler to the U.S. Senate in 2019, she became Georgia's first female senator in nearly 100 years. In the Senate, she championed policies that fostered economic growth, cutting burdensome regulations, and strengthened opportunities for American workers and entrepreneurs. Senator Loeffler's leadership was highlighted during COVID-19 pandemic, where she played an instrumental role in securing support for small businesses, such as the Paycheck Protection Program, which retained over 1.5 million jobs here in Georgia. Following her tenure, she founded Greater Georgia in 2021 to register, engage, educate, and mobilize voters across our state. Her efforts helped drive the record voter turnout that we had in 2024, ensuring that nearly 5.3 million Georgians had their voices heard during the election cycle. Now she's back in D.C. fighting for our businesses, and fighting against regulations, generating opportunities for millions of Americans. Senators, it's my honor to introduce to you Administrator of the Small Business Administration, former Senator Kelly Loeffler.
Thank you very much. Wow, thank you. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. It's incredibly humbling to be here. Thank you for that incredible resolution. And as a kid from a farm who was shy and awkward, it's quite a honor to stand in front of you and accept the resolution and to report on you our early work in Washington. So thanks for making time for me today. Look, as President Trump's administrator of the U.S. Small Business Administration, I was sworn in less than 2 weeks ago, so I'm truly humbled that you've invited me to be here. And let me just say, I am very grateful to Governor Kemp for offering me the opportunity to enter public service in 2019. And I'm just so grateful for all the work that y'all have done during this session already to fight to improve the lives of all Georgians and to drive our state's economy forward. It's an exciting time to be back here in my home state. We've got a lot to update you on in Washington. Can't wait for tomorrow night. There's going to be some more important remarks coming tomorrow night. But I am so honored to be able to help implement President Trump's America First agenda on behalf of Georgia's small businesses, and to do so responsibly on behalf of America's taxpayers. We are off to a really fast start, but there is so much to do. And today, you may know this, but there are 1.2 million small businesses across Georgia. They make up 99% of all businesses in our state and across the country, and they create 2 out of every 3 new jobs. Now, that is why they're called the backbone of the economy. It's one of the reasons I moved here to Georgia in the year 2002 to work for a startup company, spent nearly 2 decades helping build that company, and it grew into a $100 billion Fortune 500 company that now employs 15,000 people. That is the power of policies that are pro-growth and that lift up all communities. And your work has created opportunities for millions of Georgians, and it's because many of you are small business people yourselves. You've not just led as public servants, but you have walked in the shoes of entrepreneurs, whether it's agriculture or technology. So you understand what it is to be a risk taker, a job creator, an innovator, and a taxpayer. So we all know what Main Street means in our communities at home, but small businesses have had a tough 4 years over the last 4 years, thanks to inflation and an out-of-control bureaucracy. And so I really applaud your work to rein that in, to reverse the pain that small businesses have felt. You're cutting taxes, you're eliminating needless red tape, you're advancing tort reform. And so your work is clearing the way of burdensome regulations, frivolous lawsuits. These are things that crush opportunity and growth. I know many of our own first jobs were with small businesses. I attribute so much in my life to my first job that I had at that small business. My family ran a small business. And you're laying that groundwork for future generations of continued economic expansion so that everyone can thrive. And make no mistake, right now, in this moment, we have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to revive the American dream. And those dreams start in Main Streets, from Bainbridge to Blairsville and all across Georgia. And that's the spirit I've taken with me to Washington as the only cabinet-level position that supports small businesses. And that's really the focus of my day one priorities at the SBA. And every priority I have is focused on returning to our founding mission to empower small businesses and to grow the economy. And that means implementing President Trump's America First agenda, eliminating wasteful spending, cracking down on fraud, cutting red tape, responding to disasters, and restoring accountability. So I'm incredibly proud to work with DOGE to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. We've moved quickly to implement President Trump's executive actions, whether it's DEI, divisive and illegal DEI actions, or Green New Deal, or radical gender ideology. Consistent with President Trump's workforce optimization initiatives, we've mandated that our employees return to work in office full-time. Small businesses show up and get it done every day. We will honor their jobs by doing ours. Importantly, America must end its reliance on foreign supply chains from countries like China, and that's why we're getting to work on Made in America. The vast majority of our nation's manufacturers are small businesses, and so they build our economy, they keep us safe, strong, secure, and they can power that blue-collar boom that President Trump built during his first term. Now, we cannot be there for small businesses if our programs don't work, and that's why we have a zero-tolerance policy on fraud. And that includes pandemic-era fraud that could potentially total up to $200 billion, and we're going to hold criminals accountable and try to get as much of that money back into taxpayer pockets as we can. We've also banned illegal aliens and hostile foreign nationals from benefiting from SBA programs. Only American citizens will have access to our services. And I've also announced that the SBA will be moving our regional offices out of sanctuary cities and into areas that comply with federal law. We are utilizing our unique role at the SBA, working across all agencies to cut burdensome regulations and give job creators the freedom to thrive. Now, these actions are all about putting America first. Finally, we're ending voter registration activities within the SBA, reversing the previous administration's order that turned federal employees into taxpayer activists. Finally, but not least, I want to highlight the SBA's important role in disaster assistance. Our agency is on the front lines when tragedy strikes, and I saw firsthand the devastation after the hurricanes last year. We have been there for Georgians the last 160 days since September 25th, with 27 field service centers, 108 staff, delivering over $100 million in loans to nearly 3,000 Georgians. Now, we have more work to do, and we did announce today that we've extended that loan application process by 60 days. So those of you that are impacted by that, your constituents have that opportunity still. Now, we also do have 3 full-time offices in Georgia and dozens more throughout the country to get closer to Main Street. We've got to get that agency out of Washington and onto Main Street. Now, as I conclude, I can assure you Georgia is well represented in Washington. In fact, VA Secretary Doug Collins and I recently had the opportunity to co-host White House-led roundtables for our nation's governors, and that was a great experience to also have Governor Kemp there. I'm energized by this work, and I'm confident that with President Trump's leadership, this administration is going to deliver a golden age of opportunity in Georgia and across our country. So thank you so much for the great honor of being with you. Thank you for this incredible resolution. It means the world to me. And with the help of state legislatures like this one, I am confident that we are on the precipice of making Main Street great again. Thank you, and God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you.
We have a special guest here also, one of our congressional members, a lady I think needs no introduction. We are always glad to share the podium with our congressional delegation that comes in here from time to time and give us a report on what's going on in D.C. But Marjorie Taylor Greene, Congress Lady Marjorie Taylor Greene has been serving the people of Northwest Georgia very well, and she takes a lot of pride in making sure that their voices are heard, and she's always looking out for the constituents that she serves. So give our Congress Lady a warm welcome here.
Thank you, everyone, and I'm honored to be here with you all today. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. It was great to hear from Secretary Loeffler. We're so proud of her and excited for her work to come on behalf of small businesses, not only here in Georgia, but all over the nation. I just want to give you guys just a quick update. We're working hard in Washington. The budget is something that is definitely taking precedence. However, on the budget issue, I just want to say thank you so much to all of you that pass a balanced budget every single year. And so that's something that shouldn't be taken for granted as a proud Georgian. That makes me proud of our state when I fly up to Washington, D.C., and we face a $36 trillion deficit. That deficit should never exist. As a matter of fact, in Washington and Congress, we should have a balanced budget as well, and hopefully one day we will. On the note of spending, I'm serving as the chair of the DOGE Subcommittee on Oversight, and we are digging deeply into where federal dollars, people's hard-earned tax money, has gone. The things that we have uncovered in just a short amount of time have shocked the nation. The first hearing that I held on Medicare, we uncovered that hundreds of billions of dollars have gone to overseas criminal networks, dead people, fraud, waste, and they have largely been lost, misspent, and it's money that we'll never get back. There's changes that we can make, and I'm excited to be working with Elon Musk and the DOGE team. I'm excited to be working with my colleagues in the House and the Senate as well to put these DOGE savings into effect, because not only do people in Georgia deserve it, the entire nation deserves it. Another hearing that we had was on USAID. One of the most shocking things that was uncovered through our witnesses, our expert witnesses that came before the committee, is that Americans' hard-earned tax dollars have made their way into the hands of terrorists. And Americans have died as a result of that. No one in this country works hard and pays their taxes to see their tax dollars go into the hands of terrorists. So this is the type of important work that we're getting done, and I'm so excited to be leading the charge on it. I also want to speak with you all and very excited about the Riley Gaines Act that passed in the House. And I hope, and on behalf of women and girls sports, that we see that pass here in the Senate as well, and Governor Kemp signed that into law. Girls and women should never have to compete against biological males. That's a completely unfair advantage. So I urge you to please pass that bill. I don't think it's
We
come.
already passed it.
Oh.
We're waiting on the House.
Oh, okay. Opposite. All right, I'm going to turn that around. Thank you. And congratulations. Well done, Georgia Senate. Yes, well done. Thank you for correcting me. Sorry, I had that one backwards. Wow, I should need to go back over there then. You guys are getting it done. Well, I think it's fantastic. I won't take up any more of your time. I know you have a lot of important work to do. Please don't hesitate to reach out to me or my office if I can be of any help to any of you. And thank you again. You make me proud as a Georgian. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Congress Lady Greene. I reminded her after we stepped off that anything that's conservative and you know, pro-business, pro-family, and everything else, it starts here. So you know, but they're coming along. They're coming along over there. We'll get them there. So. We have another special group here that we're glad to have with us here, the 6888th Central Postal Directory, SR 212. Secretary, read the caption, please.
Senate Resolution 212 by Senator James of the 28th and others, a resolution honoring the legacy of the 6888th Central Postal Directory Battalion and for other purposes. Whereas the 6888th Central Postal Directory Battalion, nicknamed the 6888, was an all-black battalion of the United States Women's Army Corps that managed postal services from 1945 to 1946, and whereas led by Major Charity Adams, the battalion consisted of 855 women and was the only predominantly black United States Women's Army Corps unit sent overseas during World War II, and whereas the women of the 6888 worked around the clock to sort and deliver packages and letters to soldiers, creating and maintaining their own card index system in order to properly identify the large quantities of mail. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body honor the resilience, efficiency, and determination of the women of the 6888 Central Postal Directory Battalion and extend the most sincere gratitude for their distinguished service. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. I recognize the senator from the 35th to speak to the measure.
Jason, don't get upset. I know I'm the 28th now and you're the 35th, but I still claim the 35th. Hello, my colleagues. Good morning. I have the privilege of bringing for the first day of Women's Month, Women's History Month, we're going to take a moment to honor the incredible women who paved the way for future generations. One of the most inspiring stories come from the 6888th Central Postal Directory Battalion, which was a remarkable group of women who served during World War II. And their nickname, the 688. It's a movie now that is playing about these remarkable women. They were brave and they were dedicated African American women who overcame immense challenges and played a critical role in ensuring that the mail reached our soldiers overseas. Their courage, resilience, and strength are an essential part of our history and of today and our legacy. We have women who serve with us who are have been a part of the Army, and some of them are still serving. And so we have two right here with us, and I would like to call on the senator from the 43rd, who are you still serving? Okay, retired. And then we have our Major Wilt Wicks right here, who senator from the 34th. Yeah, and then her call on the family. Just read
So thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator from the 28th. It is an honor to have served in the United States Armed Forces, which is the Air Force, my choice of branch. I have to say that these women definitely have paved the way. They were the first and only all-black battalion that served in World War II. And despite the sexual and racial discrimination they faced, they were efficiently and effectively clearing backlogs in our mail. And we know, as having served, that when the mail comes, it is a symbol of communication from our families. And sometimes there were not just letters, but cakes and cookies and all the good stuff that we missed from being at home. But it was necessary for these women to be in place, even when there were challenges. 855 of them, to be exact. They served in the United States Women's Army Corps unit, which was overseas during World War II. And of course, as the senator from the 28th said, the brilliance of Tyler Perry in December 2024 wrote, directed, and produced a Netflix titled The 688, bringing light to the often underrepresented stories of this battalion. Thank you so much, Senator from the 28th, for this opportunity.
Thank you. And also being a 30-year Army veteran, I also was a postal officer. So thank you, Senator James, for bringing this recognition to the 688 Postal Battalion. Thank you.
And we're very blessed. We could not have one of the 688 with us. The only two that are still living is one that is 104 and one that's 108. But we have the relative, the granddaughter of our PFC Hester Gibbons Massey, born in Colbert, Georgia, on August 18th, 1919. And Hester served as a dedicated nurse in the 688 Women's Army Corps from 43 to 1946. And she continued her service in Normandy, France after the war. She continued to serve her community by working at the Veterans Hospital in East Orange, New Jersey for 10 years before retiring in 1977, and she died in 1996. Here's her granddaughter and family, and we're gonna hold up the pictures of this woman. And she was so great in that unit, in that battalion, that the Tyler Perry story that we talked about that is playing on networks, what is it, Netflix? I don't look at it, you see, but I did look at that particular one. Right now, she was the #2 leading role there. One. Okay. Okay, come on. This is her family. Okay, come on. Where's your picture?
On behalf of the Massey Kennedy family, and there's also a Massey Churchwell family, here today, I'm the granddaughter of Private First Class Hester Givens. I have her great-grandchildren and her great-great-grandchild, who you can't see above here. We just want to thank you all for recognizing her with the proclamation, and we just want to thank Tyler Perry for showing the world about the first black women in the military. After they did their tour, which paved the way for many other black women to be in the military, so we're truly grateful for their service and their heroic acts and the things they went through with the war. And just a note that my grandmother also met my grandfather in Normandy, France, and they met and then moved to New Jersey and then had my dad. So, but just thank you so much. We're so honored to be here today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We've got several presentations here today, so Secretary, read the caption, please.
Senate Resolution 65 by Senator McLaurin of the 14th and others, a resolution honoring the life and memory of Allison Adasa Foderingham and for other purposes. Whereas the state of Georgia mourns the loss of one of its most distinguished citizens with the passing of Allison Adasa Foderingham on January 10th, 2025, and whereas Allison Adasa Foderingham was born on March 1st, 1925 in James Hill, Clarendon, Jamaica, a beloved daughter of Alfred and Louise Richards, and where she dedicated 51 years of superlative service to her exemplary teaching career, which culminated in her final role as the director of the GEDHS program at the Fulton Atlanta Community Action Authority in Atlanta, Georgia, and was a woman of deep and abiding faith. She was an active member of the Episcopal Church and of the Holy Cross, and whereas she was united in love and marriage to her husband Noel, and was blessed with 5 remarkable children, 6 wonderful grandchildren, and 2 outstanding great-grandchildren. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body join in honoring the life and memory of Allison Adasa Foderingham and express their deepest and most sincere regret at her passing. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Recognize the senator from the 14th to speak to the special presentation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, it is my distinct honor to introduce the family of a constituent of mine who recently passed. The name of my constituent was Allison Adasa Foderingham, and she was a beloved mother and grandmother and great-grandmother, and she was a teacher for 51 years, serving in various capacities in Fulton County, I think for the Board of Education, also the Fulton Atlanta Community Action Authority. She was one of the first graduating class of Clarendon College in Jamaica, and later earned a master's degree in education from Western Carolina University in 1977. Folks, her 100th birthday would have been March 1st, 2025. Unfortunately, she passed on January 10th. We were going to celebrate her 100th birthday here for Black History Month and in celebration of an outstanding citizen, but she passed in the meantime. But I've spoke with her family, and she is still here, and she is enjoying this celebration today. I don't want to steal her daughter Joan's thunder, but she was often said to be hanging on like Jimmy Carter was near the end, and I believe it was just a day after Jimmy Carter passed, she also passed. So her family is remarkable. I've really enjoyed having them here as guests today. Her daughters, Joan and Monica, and her son, Drew, and a dear family friend, Chris, are all here to pay respects and honor their loved ones. So without further ado, I'll give the microphone over to her daughter, Joan. Please help me welcome them.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Senator McLaurin said, my name is Joan, but for today I'm Joan Allison Foderingham. And I don't often use my middle name, but today is one of those days that I say it because I say it with such pride. I'm carrying my mom's name, and I am absolutely representing all of my family here today, but especially because I have her name, I feel extremely privileged to accept this resolution today on my family's behalf. My mom was, as Senator McLaurin said, would have turned 100 just this past Saturday. So my family is reeling, with emotions, knowing that she almost made it here. But I can confidently convey to you that she knew that she was likely going to be honored, and she gave 3 wows. So I'm here to give you 3 wows today that came from my mom, and she was absolutely hoping to be here, and said that it was really validation of her achievements. And some of those achievements included her tenure at the Fulton Atlanta Community Action Authority, where she worked for approximately 7 years and influenced the lives of many of the young Georgians who went on to get their high school diplomas. And she considers it their GD, and she considers it the pinnacle of her 51-year teaching career. But I'm here to tell you that although my mom lived a long life, it was not just the length of her life, but the breadth of her life. She was an absolutely amazing individual. As I said at her celebration of life, she was absolutely indescribable. It's too much for me to condense into 2 minutes. But she was simply amazing, and it's my absolute honor, I'm accepting this on behalf of my family members who are here local, but there is an audience in both domestic and international, including her students, who are participating virtually as well, and would have loved to see my mom in person. You would have loved her, but we will cherish her memories, and I thank you so much. Thank you so much. I want to acknowledge Senator McLaurin. Thank you so much for authoring the resolution. I'd also like to acknowledge the co-authors. My mom would have really been humbled, especially since it was truly bipartisan. And I'd like to really thank as well Governor Jones. Thank you so much. So on behalf of my family, again, thank you so much. Have a good day. Thank you.
This will be our final presentation for the day. Then we'll get started on everything else. So, Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Resolution 324 by Senator Walker of the 20th and others, a resolution honoring and commending the Kingdom of Denmark and honorary Consul Christopher N. Smith, Knight of the Order of the Dannebrog First Class, and for other purposes. Whereas established in 1802 in Georgia, the Royal Danish Consulate is one of the oldest foreign missions in the state, and whereas the economic relationship between the Kingdom of Denmark and the state of Georgia supports over 4,200 jobs in the state of Georgia, with over 60 Danish companies having offices in the state, and whereas the state of Georgia ranks 6th among the United States in exports to the Kingdom of Denmark. Now therefore be it resolved by the Senate that the members of this body honor the Kingdom of Denmark, promote economic development, trade, and culture exchanges between the state of Georgia and the Kingdom of Denmark, and commend the Honorable Christopher N. Smith, Honorary Consul of the Kingdom of Denmark and the state of Georgia. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. All right. Senator from the 20th will speak to the special presentation.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm honored to be here today with you and joining our pro tem as we welcome the Honorary Consul for Denmark. The Honorable Christopher Smith is with us today. Christopher we met in elementary school and have been friends ever since. He works tirelessly for Denmark, traveling all over the state of Georgia, all over the country, and in fact all over the world. Promoting ties with Denmark, economic development in Georgia, and a long-standing relationship. Denmark actually established in 1802 Royal Danish Consulate in Georgia, so we've had a long, long time good relations with Denmark. Denmark supports over 4,200 jobs in the state of Georgia, and we're the 6th state in the nation as far as trade with Denmark. So I'm proud to have Christopher with us today. We communicate mostly through social media, and I'm learning more and more how many cities in Georgia are named for cities and communities in Denmark. We actually have a Denmark, Georgia, which I did not know until recently, Ryan, Georgia. But it's great to have him with me today. In elementary school, I'm sure he would have never believed I would have been a state senator, and I would have never believed he'd have been a knight. So anyway, I give you my friend, the Honorable Christopher Smith.
All right.
Thank you so much. Lieutenant Governor Jones, esteemed members of the Senate, on behalf of His Majesty's government, please let me bring you greetings on behalf of the people of the Kingdom of Denmark. As Senator Walker said, established in 1802, it is the oldest consulate in the state of Georgia. Georgia's grown. We have 75 nations represented here. We like to say we're kind of like the Rose Bowl, the granddaddy of them all. In addition to the strong business ties which Senator Walker spoke to, there are also strong military ties between Georgia and Denmark. In fact, just recently, there was a joint operation between Danish and American forces in Greenland where we maintain a Space Force base. The United States has had a presence there in Greenland since World War II continuously, and it's part of the NORAD defense mechanism that we have. Along those lines, when you see an F-35 or F-16 flying overhead, they have Danish radar. And their headquarters is in Warner Robins, Georgia, of that company, and they also have a research and development center in Smyrna, Georgia, among other things. Now, I wanted to say this about Denmark. It's easy to get there. Starting last year, we began a direct flight from Atlanta to Copenhagen on SAS Airlines. So we would invite everyone to visit the whole Danish realm, including Greenland and the Faroe Islands. You'll be able to get to Greenland starting in this summer from a flight from Newark. Lastly, I just wanted to say it was Dutch Day at the Capitol, and I commend our Dutch colleagues, but this is the flag of Denmark, and the capital is Copenhagen, and it's not Swiss. And these, while I'm here, is the flag of the Faroe Islands, which is part of the realm, and Greenland. And last but not least, if you remember nothing else, I'm the guy that bought cookies. Okay, for everyone. They're not just for Christmas. So enjoy some Danish butter cookies, and thank you for your time very much.
All right, good job, good job, good job. Are there any unanimous consents? Does any senator wish to rise on a point of personal privilege? I thought we were going to get out of here without any points of personal privilege. Come on, Mr. Chairman. We all wonder to know what's on your mind today.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to announce that the Taiwan Caucus is hosting, actually, the Director General down in room 230. And for members, there's some bubble tea down there for you. So y'all go down and say hello to DG Wong. Thank you. You have before you a consent calendar of privilege resolutions. Does any senator wish to remove resolution from the consent calendar? Is there objection to adoption of the resolution on the consent calendar? Chair hears none, and the resolution on the consent calendar is adopted. Are there any motions to withdraw or commit? Is there objection to agreeing to the report? You have before you a consent calendar of local bills. Mr. Secretary, are there any objections to any of the local bills?
Mr. President, there are no objections filed.
Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee on the state and local governmental operations, which is favorable to the passage of the bill on the local consent calendar? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. The question is on the passage of the bill on the local consent calendars. All those in favor vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52, the nays are 0. This bill having received on the local consent calendar, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Recognizes the majority leader for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate engross SB 31 and SB 175.
The senators move for engrossment. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 31 by Senator Dolzall, the 27th, and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 7, Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to income taxes so as to exempt from taxation all income received as retirement benefits derived from service in the armed forces of the United States or the reserve components thereof, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date and applicability, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Senate Bill 175 by Senator Robertson of the 29th and others, bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 2 of the Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to general provisions regarding elections and primaries so as to prohibit the use of ranked choice voting, to provide for certain exceptions, to provide for a definition, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Is there objection? Does the majority leader wish to speak on your motion? Would you like to speak? You would like to speak. All right. All right. I recognize the senator from the 14th. Speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. We just want consistency as a minority party. That's all we want. If it's always elections bills and tax bills, that's one thing, but we've been engrossing a lot of other stuff around here. And we might be engrossing more stuff, Mr. President, as the hours go late and the days go on. And plus, I've got Donald Trump amendments I want to do for both of these bills, and if you don't give me the opportunity, I'll have to put it on something else. So thank you, Mr. Leader, and I understand, but we just want a little ideological consistency around here. Thank you, Mr. President.
All righty. Thank you, Senator. Would the majority leader like to speak to his motions, or just going to keep moving? All right. So majority leader has made a motion on engrossment of Senate Bill 31 and Senate Bill 175. There is objection, so all those in favor of the majority leader's motion will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion for engrossment, the yeas are 33 and the nays are 23, and this motion has prevailed. Moving on to the rules calendar, SB 20. Secretary, read the quick caption.
Senate Bill 20 by Senator Kirkpatrick of the 32nd and others, bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 7, Chapter 3 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to scholarships, loans, and grants so as to provide for student loan repayment for veterinarians who practice shelter medicine and veterinarians who practice in nonprofit pet sterilization clinics, to create the State Veterinary Education Board for shelter medicine and pet sterilization, to provide for definitions, to provide for requirements for participation in the loan repayment program, to provide for maximum total and annual repayment amounts, to provide for terms for repayment agreements, to provide for rules and regulations, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Higher Education recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hickman, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Higher Education offers the following substitutes to Senate Bill 20, bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 7, Chapter 3 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to scholarships, loans, and grants so as to provide for the purchase of loans made for students for educational purposes, for veterinarians who practice shelter medicine, and veterinarians who practice in nonprofit pet sterilization clinics, to provide for the appointment of additional members to the State Veterinary Education Board, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak to the bill. Senator from the 32nd to speak
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is intended to help reduce the backlog of low-cost spay and neuter procedures across the state by adding shelter vets to the existing loan program in the Department of Agriculture. It incentivizes vets specializing in this area to serve in exchange for 3 years of designated practice without adding an additional board. The awards are subject to appropriations with a total of 4 awards the first year. I've worked with the Department of Agriculture, the Georgia Veterinary Medical Association, and the Georgia Veterinary Board on this bill. I especially appreciate the help of the Commissioner of Agriculture to help with this important public health and safety issue. Your constituents who care about animals, especially those who work with rescues, care about this bill. I ask for your favorable consideration, and if there are no questions, I'll yield the will.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the committee's substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agree to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea, nay. Those are against, nay. Thank you. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 2. This bill, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Secretary, please read Senate Bill 31.
Senate Bill 31 by Senator Dolzall of the 27th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 7 of Title 40 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to income taxes so as to exempt from taxation all income received as retirement benefits derived from service in the armed forces of the United States or the reserve components thereof, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date and applicability, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffelseller of the 52nd District, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 27th. It's been a busy man for you this session.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I bring before you Senate Bill 31. Currently, Georgia is one of 12 states in America that levies an income tax on military retirement income. And we do have some, basically a cascading scale of exemptions currently, but we do have a tax on military retirement income. None of our neighboring states do. We're the only state in the Southeast that does. And this bill would eliminate the state income tax on all military retirement income. Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any questions. If there are none, I yield the will.
Senator, you have no questions.
Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary reads Senate Bill 46.
Senate Bill 46 by Senator Harbin of the 16th and others, bill to be entitled Act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated, related to general provisions relative to state government so as to improve government service delivery in the state, to provide for the appointment of a state of Georgia government service delivery lead within Georgia Technology Authority to coordinate such efforts, to establish the powers and duties of such individual, to establish the heads of each state agency as responsible for the government service delivery of their agency and provide for related powers and duties, to provide for annual reporting, to provide for definitions, to provide for a short title, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Government Oversight recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Harbin, Chairman. And Mr. President, a fiscal note has been attached. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 16th to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. SB 46 is government serves the people. One of the things that government doesn't have, it doesn't have a bottom line. And how do we measure the success of government from that standpoint? This bill is to require some things to occur within our government to hold what I'll call best practices. In today's digital world, businesses engage customers seamlessly through online platforms, yet state agencies still use outdated paper systems and frustrate citizens. Georgia must modernize government services to match the efficiencies responsive to the private sector. States like Utah, Iowa, Missouri have successfully reformed their service models, demonstrating innovation leads to better governance. Georgia is the home to Coca-Cola, Chick-fil-A, Home Depot, and UPS, and Delta Airlines. And we've learned from these businesses that recognizing the customer and where the customer is is not just delivering a good product, but it's also meeting the needs of that person. The aim of SB 46 is to bring into a mindset the same mindset into government. Improving service delivery is no longer optional. It's a core responsibility of government. This legislation focuses on listening to stakeholders and listening to their feedback and holding a best practices for all agencies. For instance, would be how long do you have to wait on hold? How long does it take to have a response from an agency? And what would happen is this: under SB 46, the state coordinator will be the state government service delivery lead. It's part of Georgia Technology Authority, and they will be the quarterback that quarterbacks what's going on. They will oversee it because of their technology background and bring that together. Then each of the departments, each state agency will recognize a senior official in that agency that will be responsible for that agency, whether that's Department of Revenue, whatever the department may be. And then annually there will be a report given to the governor and the General Assembly that would be presented so that you could judge what needs help. Maybe there's a department that's not returning phone calls, or maybe the hold time is 2.5 hours. This way we at least have a measurement by which we can measure each of these. The agencies will benchmark themselves and measure the citizens' experience. The bill does not mandate anybody hire anybody additional, though GTA may need that. There is also a fiscal note attached to the bill. The federal government has already taken similar steps. Congressman Barry Loudermilk supports Government Service Delivery Implementation Act that he did, requiring that the Office of Management Budget to require nationwide service enhancements. Georgia now has that same opportunity. I would ask that you would do this, that you would say yes to this bill. It's the first step we have that affects both Democrats and Republicans equally. Each of us always get calls for government services, and this bill allows that to occur by having self-regulation of the departments through the Georgia GTA. And with that, Mr. President, any questions?
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, sir.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The Board of Committees agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary on the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 4. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary read SB 30.
Senate Bill 30 by Senator Watson the first and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 7 of Title 31 and Article 1 of Chapter 34 of Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to regulation of hospitals and related institutions and the Georgia Composite Medical Board, respectively, so as to prohibit prescribing or administering certain hormone therapies and puberty-blocking medications for certain purposes to minors, to provide for definitions, to provide for limited exceptions, to provide for a remedy for a parent or guardian of a minor, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson, Chairman. Mr. President, a minority report to Senate Bill 30 has been attached, and that completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the first.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 years ago, this body passed Senate Bill 140. The senator from the 13th was a sponsor, and I was one of the co-sponsors. That bill outlawed sex change hormones and also outlawed surgeries for minors who have gender dysphoria. This bill is the same bill that we passed last year, Senate Bill 30, and it outlaws puberty blockers for minors. Specifically in gender dysphoria, where hospitals or physicians do this, 2 separate sections, 2 different sets of penalties if you do. That's basically what it does. It outlaws puberty blockers for minors with gender dysphoria. It does not keep them from getting any kind of mental health counseling or anything like that. Mr. President, that's all it does, and with that, I'll yield the will.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from the 44th, you want to speak to the bill? Recognize the senator from the 44th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in favor of Amendment 1, which would permit youth that are currently on puberty-blocking medications to be able to continue with those medications, and instead of having to be summarily removed, which obviously could cause a problem for their health and certainly consternation for them, their families, and maybe even make them consider leaving our state. And I think it would be fair to allow families that are already on these, because puberty blockers were not included in our bill from a few years ago. We decided at that point to continue having them be available to families and youth. So now to go back and undo that, I think causes harm to some families that were relying on that. And so I would urge your support for Amendment 1. I also want to, though, speak for just a moment to the bill, which I am in opposition to the underlying bill. I think that banning puberty blockers for youth that are struggling with gender dysphoria, with no regard to the particular circumstances that a child or a family may be going through, is not just bad policy, but it in fact is government overreach into very personal medical decisions that should be made by families and doctors and not by politicians. The truth is, puberty blockers have been used safely for decades to treat various medical conditions, including precocious puberty. These medications work by temporarily pausing puberty, which gives youth that are struggling with their gender identity and their families more time to make informed decisions about their future. Importantly, these blockers are fully reversible, meaning that if and when a child discontinues treatment, their natural course of puberty will resume. For these reasons, many medical experts, including the American Academy of Pediatrics and the American Medical Association, do support the use of puberty blockers in certain situations for transgender youth when it is clinically appropriate. Denying access to these treatments does not protect children. It actually puts them more in harm's way. Research consistently has shown that transgender youth who are unable to access gender-affirming care face significantly higher risks of depression, anxiety, and suicide. And those, in contrast, that are receiving appropriate care, both medical and mental health, they have better outcomes and improved quality of life. I find it ironic that the party that often claims to stand for parents' rights, the Republican Party, is insisting on telling parents that they cannot make these critical medical decisions for their own children. Many of the same politicians who claim that they fight against government interference in healthcare options now want to stand in the way of personal, familial, and medical conversations with other people's families, with other people's children. It should be that parents, working alongside trained medical professionals, have the right to decide what is best for their child's health and not the government. Denying, as I fear that many in our current political environment want to do, denying that gender dysphoria exists by removing access to hormone therapy that is known to be effective and safe will destroy parents' efforts to help their children navigate what is already a very difficult challenge. And this bill offers no solutions. It just makes it harder for parents and doctors to support their children. Georgia should stand for parental rights, medical freedom, and above all, the well-being of our youth. So therefore, I urge you to vote for Amendment 1. But still, consider voting no on the underlying bill, SB 30, to recognize that these parents and doctors are all pursuing the same opportunity that we all want for each of our own children, which is to live happy, healthy, and productive lives. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy to answer questions, and if there are none, I'll yield the will.
I think the people who are listed, I think they want to come up and speak, so you have no questions, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
All right, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so right now I call on you, Senator. Please read the amendment, Secretary.
Mr. President, Senator Parent of the 44th and Senator Jackson of the 41st offer the following amendment number 1 to amend Senate Bill 30 by replacing lines 119 through 122 with the following. Abnormalities resulting in ambiguity regarding the individual's striking biological sex. Striking 2, inserting 2 in treatments for individuals with partial androgen sensitivity syndrome, striking and 4, inserting 3 continued treatments of minors who are, prior to July 1st, 2023, being treated with irreversible hormone replacement therapies, inserting and 4 continued treatment of minors who are, prior to July 1st, 2025, being treated with puberty blocking medications. Mr. President, that completes the order.
Recognize the senator from the 7th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this bill. Colleagues, SB 30 is not about protecting children. It's about controlling them. It's about stripping transgender youth of their right to health care and criminalizing the doctors who provide it. The science is clear. Puberty blockers are safe, effective, and life-saving for kids experiencing gender dysphoria. They give young people time to understand themselves. They reduce depression and suicidality. They're supported by every major medical organization in this country. But the Republican majority doesn't care about science, it seems. They care about scoring points with a far-right base that thrives on fear and misinformation. They claim puberty blockers are irreversible. That's not true. They claim children are being rushed into medical decision. That's not true. They claim this bill protects kids, but what it really does is put them in danger. Let's be honest, this is not about health care. We don't ban male circumcision. We don't ban unproven alternative medicines. We don't ban genetic testing on newborns even though they can't consent. The difference, those procedures don't involve transgender kids. This bill targets a vulnerable group simply because some people don't like that they exist. 16 years ago, Republicans screamed about medical freedom when they opposed the Affordable Care Act. 5 years ago, they cried government overreach when asked to wear a mask. But today, they are silent as they strip Georgia's trans kids of the right to see their own doctor. This bill is cruel, it is unnecessary, and it is dangerous. And I urge my colleagues to reject this attack on Georgia's transgender youth before we have blood on our hands. I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 1st. Oh, you want to close? Okay, I'm sorry. Senator from the 41st, are you doing the minority report? All right, so we have senator from the 36th. Would you like to speak to the bill? We'll let the senator from the 36th speak to the bill first. And then senator from the 41st, you'll be up next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, colleagues, here we go again. Let's do another bill that attempts to marginalize the trans community. Let's beat up on them one more time. Or wait, are there some more bills coming our way after this one? Who's keeping the clock on how much time has been spent on beating up and marginalizing trans kids and trans adults? Anybody got a clock on that one? Because it surely is not what the voters of Georgia sent us down here to do. Not at all. But if you find it fair sport to take a tiny minority population within this state and create a firestorm about how dreadful the behaviors of these transgender children or children are questioning their gender identity and their families, is that really a priority for Georgia voters? I'm not seeing any polls that indicate that. Have y'all polled on that? No, this is an effort to divide, to marginalize, to point to the other, and create an artifice of an issue that's crying out for attention when in fact that's not the case. There's a lot of lack of understanding around the whole issue of transgendered people, both minors and adults. And it's understandable in the sense because it's been felt so unsafe to have public discussions about it that are informative and balanced. And just as years ago, we could write a history of the populations that have been picked out and marginalized and attacked and whipped up on. It's seems to be a time-honored tradition to pick an other and then proceed to stomp over their rights, to discriminate against them, to marginalize them, and it's a shame, really. It's a crying shame. I represent families who are coping with this reality in their family. They're not asking the Georgia General Assembly or the governor to get involved. They are working with their children, or they're working as adults with medical professionals who are skilled in addressing the issues that they are facing. And that's how it should be between a patient and their doctor. And we had doctors come before the committee and testify about how important it is to be able to provide services to this population. Totally ignored, party line vote. Let's get busy marginalizing and creating a crisis that's not a crisis, artificially picking this out as the thing that we should be spending time on. We shouldn't have to be in the well on this. Let the family that's impacted by it be in the medical consultation with professional medical people who are trained in this field. And not a one of us in here meets that qualification, in my opinion. So I'm recommending a do not pass. And I find it also strange that the people in this room that are going to vote for this bill are absolutely comfortable dismissing most major American medical organizations that support the use of puberty blockers, including the American Medical Association. Just knock them aside, kick them aside. What do they mean? What do they know? I venture to say a whole lot more than those of us that are fixing to cast a vote about this. If you want to continue pandering and continuing to pick out a population and continue to try to marginalize them, go on your merry way. But history will catch up with you. History will catch up with you, and it might be soon. It might be later. But I was in this General Assembly when they were hooping and hollering about same-sex marriage. Oh, good God, the devil was among us. And you just couldn't hear enough about it. And that we got to make marriage between a man and a woman, period, paragraph. Anybody outside of those parameters, you're the other. You're the marginalized population. And you know, today people have really broadened their understanding of the LGBTQ community. And of realities that you might not have known about. Your life experience didn't serve up that understanding to you. But now there's a broad understanding that same-sex marriage is an appropriate choice, a good choice, a positive place to raise children, and stop interfering with love. And I would say in this case, we're way out of, across the parameters of interfering with the family, their child, and their doctor They don't want us in the doctor's office. You come and let us know. Come on up to the well and tell your experience of people inviting you as a politician into the doctor's office. I think that's uncommon. Certainly not in my experience. But I have families in my district who come to me, and they come out there and ask you all to come out to the ropes and talk to them. Listen to them, learn from them. Never too old to learn. Never too old to learn. But in this case, we're too busy demonizing to seek to educate ourselves. I would ask you to take a second look at this and decide whether or not you're comfortable voting for a bill that is seeking to address an artificially manufactured crisis, which is a non-crisis, while at the same time, we could be spending all this time on figuring out how to house all these people that can't afford the rent that it's in the housing market today, and that are couch surfing or living in a car, going to shelters, unable to find affordable housing. That would be a very fruitful bipartisan path that we could take, as opposed to continuing to bring bills like this. I'm voting against this, and it's a vote that I can feel good about, go home and talk about, put it in my newsletter, get on lawmakers, don't have to hide my face, and I urge you to join those of us that are going to oppose Senate Bill 30, which is a straight-up interference between a person's and a family's relationship with their doctor and the medical decisions that are their business, not ours. If there are any questions, I'll yield for questions. If not, I'll yield the well.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you.
Does any other senator, before we get to the final, the minority report as well, and then the author's closing statement, does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? Okay. Recognize the senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in a bit of a fog of deja vu. Haven't we been here before? We've banned gender-affirming surgeries for minors. We've passed legislation banning gender-affirming care for everyone on the state health plan. We've passed bills banning transgender children from playing on the sports teams that they would be most comfortable on. This body has promulgated bill after bill attacking trans people with the ultimate goal of making trans folks disappear. We've been here before. The othering of a minority group for political gain, the banning of medical help for vulnerable communities because men in power think that they know what's best for everyone else. The fear-mongering and the scapegoating, the scare tactics, we've been here before. Now, some of you all will say, come on, don't take this personally, Senator, but I want to be clear, this bill is personal. I am a lesbian, a member of the LGBT community, and trans people are my people. This is my community. Kids I know by name, kids I love, adults who are my people, my family. This bill is personal. And since the beginning of time, the LGBT community has been othered. We've been singled out in silence, relentlessly attacked time and time again. First, it started with it being illegal to just be gay in the first place. Then it was illegal to be gay and married. Then it was illegal to be gay and to have children that you adopted. We were denied visitation rights for our partners when they were in hospital and Social Security benefits for when they died. The LGBTQ community is no stranger to ridicule and judgment. We know this script. We've been here before. The majority party has stripped the rights of parents and doctors to decide what is best for their children's mental health. Republicans have stripped adults and children alike of the dignity of finding ways to address gender dysphoria. And now this body alleges that it's for their safety that we stop teens from continuing the treatments that doctors and parents have agreed will help them feel at peace in their bodies. But today, the senator from the 44th and I, we offer you all an opportunity to slow down some of the senseless attacks on my community with Amendment number 1. Amendment number 1 will allow for children who are currently under the care of a physician to continue the hormone therapy that they've already started. If you were to adopt this amendment, you would allow children who are on puberty blockers to continue their treatment, and we could protect the lives of dozens of Georgia children. Because we know if their treatment plan is reversed mid-cycle, the results, the pain that it would cause could be lethal. But you already know this because we've been here before. But imagine with me, imagine for a moment what it will be like for a transgender girl who has been socially accepted as a girl since she was a small child to wake up tomorrow and to be told that she has to stop taking the hormones that have helped her live a healthy life. That the years of therapy and psychiatry and consulting with doctors, all who have decided that hormone therapy is the safest way to keep her alive, well, it'll now be reversed. She will be forced to go through male puberty without the hormone therapy that has saved her. Her body and voice will be thrown into disarray after years of carefully thought out medical treatment. Imagine having to walk into school, facing friends and classmates who have only known you as a girl their entire lives. And then to walk into the school in a different body and having to face the ridicule and judgment and stares. It's absolutely heartbreaking to know that these kids will be forced to face this type of treatment in their lives. Their precious little bodies already complicated, but at this point they are headed in the right direction of hope and acceptance. But if we pass this bill, kids' lives will be destroyed because the men in this body have decided that they need to control every aspect of those kids' body. But know this. Despite the constant attempts of this General Assembly to erase an entire people, I want you to know that trans people will not disappear. They will not slink silently away so that you don't have to feel discomfort at their difference. They will not hide in fear from those who are in power. In fact, there will come a day when trans people and queer folks and formerly incarcerated folks and all the other folks that Republicans have decided are useless, there will come a day. There will come a day when they will all sit in seats of power at this table fighting for the rights of all Georgians. And how do I know this? How do I know? I know this because the moral arc of the universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Social evolution and forward progress cannot be stopped. The table of democracy will continue to lengthen and open its arms to more and more of humanity, just as the table has already expanded over time to include women and Black people. Y'all, this feels like the deja vu just continues because this cycle continues over and over of people in power trying to control the vulnerable people and trying to break us. But just as that cycle has failed to break us before, it won't break us now. I will continue to talk till I'm blue in the face about the scientifically proven suicidal risk of trans youth who are forced to stop their hormone therapy. I will talk about the incredible danger to their mental health because of this legislation and so many other bills like it. And I can talk about the fear of the parents, the fear that they face because they know that there's a solution to their child's pain, but they're not allowed to use it. I will continue to speak up for the vulnerable, the outcast, the least, and the lost until those in power decide to break this vicious cycle. My colleagues, today I am asking you to vote yes on the amendment and to take a small step in breaking the cycle of abuse that impacts my community. I'm asking you today to stand up for what you know in your heart of hearts is the compassionate thing to do for children. I'm inviting you to be courageous and interrupt this dangerous cycle of stripping away vulnerable communities of their God-given rights to exist in their truest form. Friends, I could stay here for a long time, but you already know in your heart of hearts what's right. I just ask that you show some courage. I yield the well.
The senator has yielded the well, and she was doing the minority report, and so now I recognize the senator, the author of the bill, the senator from the first, to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. This does just one thing. You cannot give puberty blockers to minors. That's all it does. This is an issue in which several hyperboles have been said, but let's just address a few. Puberty blockers are without side effects. Well, let me just pull out on Hippocrates. Just a few of the puberty blockers here. Serious reactions: hypersensitivity, anaphylaxis, severe cutaneous reactions, Stevens-Johnson syndrome, toxic epidermal necrolysis, drug reaction with eosinophilia, systemic symptoms, acute generalized xanthus pustulosis, hepatotoxicity, bone density loss, suicidality. Yes, adverse reaction, increased risk of suicides. Do you hear any of that? That is true. Not to mention stroke, heart attack, bad rhythms to your heart. The list is about 17 long. Common reactions, those were the adverse reactions. Common reactions: hot flashes, diaphoresis, that's sweating, tumor flares, headache, sleep disturbance, pain, depression, emotional lability, edema, constipation, and diarrhea. And the list, that's just half the list. So to say that it has no side effects, ridiculous. It is now outlawed in Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and UK. Yes, the moral arc has swung. It swung way too far. It is swinging back to what's right. Goodness, when you can't talk about the facts related to this, you talk about other things, right? Lives destroyed, affordable housing, LGBTQ. I mean, goodness gracious. This is on minors with gender dysphoria. This bill has nothing to do with taking away the mental health treatment for gender dysphoria. It is not criminalization relating to that. Not criminalization. It takes away the physician's license if he does it. To hospitals, they lose their license if they do it. There is no good evidence-based medicine to support this. A great review article in the British Medical Journal, let me refer you to that. No good evidence to support puberty blockers, surgery, or sex change hormones in minors. You got to remember, listen, I certainly have empathy in parents and children in this situation. The frontal lobes are not fully developed until you're about 25 and 26. And here we are asking them to make a decision that changes their bone structure, that changes multiple things of their body. You're asking them to make changes that will have changes for the rest of their lives. It is not a fair decision to them. It is not a fair decision to the parents. And yes, privately, I have parents come to me all the time, multiple times, and tell me, wow, I wish this had been law when my child went through this. That is a profound statement, not to be taken lightly. And I think this body should support not using drugs that will have significant side effects in minors. Yes, we are here to protect minors. That is part of what we do. We don't allow minors to do lots of things. Smoke cigarettes. Oh my goodness, surprise. Get tattoos. Oh my goodness, big surprise. So, I don't, being higher than us relating to this is just totally misleading. The amendment, I think, offers nothing. Puberty blockers usually have about a 3-month time frame. It takes about 3 to 6 months after that for puberty to be onset. Sometimes it can take up to a year or two. So it is a slow process relating to that. The side effects that I touched on are there with the puberty blockers and without the puberty blockers. What doing away with the puberty blockers does, it allows the child to go through a normal, natural process of puberty. Imagine that, puberty. It is not an easy thing to go through. We've all been there. But having said that, it is a normal and natural aspect to life. Mr. President, having said that, I would ask you to vote for the bill and vote down on the amendment. Thank you. I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Senator has closed debate. We are on going to take up amendment number 1. Amendment number 1 authored by the senator from the 44th. Is there objection to amendment number 1? There is objection. All those in favor of amendment number 1 will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the adoption of the amendment, the yeas are 20, the nays are 34, and this amendment has failed. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 34 and the nays are 19. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary, read the message from the House.
The following message was received from the House through Mr. Riley, the clerk thereof. Mr. President, the House has agreed to the Senate substitute as amended by the House to the following bill of the House. House Bill 67 by Representative Burns, the 159th, and others. Bill to intend an act to amend an act making and providing appropriations for the state fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2024 and ending June 30th, 2025, known as the General Appropriations Act, Act Number 709, approved May 7th, 2024, so as to make, provide, and change certain appropriations for the operation of state government and its departments, boards, bureaus, commissions, institutions, and other agencies for the university system, common schools, counties, municipalities, and political subdivisions, for all other governmental activities, projects, and undertakings authorized by law, and for all leases, contracts, agreements, and grants authorized by law, to provide for control and administration of funds, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from the 19th for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate agree to the House amendment to the Senate substitute to House Bill 67.
The senator has moved that the Senate agree to House Bill 67. Is there objection? All right. Recognize senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. House Bill 67 came over here as the House's amended budget. The Senate amended that earlier this week. You passed it on a vote of 55-1. It's back over at the House. The House made a few changes to talk about that I can present to you now, mainly related to some requests from the second floor. The governor's office asked that we include some additional spending at the Department of Corrections, the Department of Human Services, and the Department of Community Supervision. In order to make those moves, you have to clear up other space because there is no additional money added on a revenue estimate. The request was that we pare back slightly our storm package, which we did. We pared back our monies going to the governor's emergency fund from $82 million to $50 million, based upon the storm now eclipsing the $2 billion mark. That probably still should be sufficient. Once a storm clears the $2 billion mark at the federal level, the feds cover it at a 90-10 ratio. So the 75-25 ratio, the 90-10 ratio, the dollars actually wipe out at about that $50 million mark, a little bit lower, so we're covered there. We also had to pare back our ag and timber spending from $200 million to $185 million. That's still above the request that we've had to date, so we should be fine there. We had to fine-tune a few numbers. You know that we worked on doing the paying the provider fee for hospitals in the rural hospitals in the storm damage area. We had to tune that number up. We didn't include a few, and then upon review realized we needed to add a few in. And the same at FQHCs. The House plussed up a few items. They were able to move their dollars around, which they can do when we're in an amended posture. They plussed up their dollars to the COVID-19 indemnity fund. They also plussed up their numbers to the funds that had been requested by the Georgia Municipal Association for a Downtown Development Authority loan seed money program. The House also took and moved around a little bit of their money in the bond package. It now creates funding for Savannah State University, a $4 million to add to the Senate's money that had already placed at Clayton State University, as well as a host of other House changes that they made, again, with their monies that you can see on page 31 and 30, of the amendment that the House proposed. Mr. President, I think I've hit the big highlights of changes. If there are other numbers or just middle numbers between the House and the Senate where we agreed or disagreed as to the actual funding necessary to fund such programs. The additions I do think are notable that we should talk about that the governor's request was for Department of Corrections. They asked for an additional $46 million. I think the governor's original number was at 10, an additional $36 million then to make a total of $46 for prison guard pay. An additional $44 million at the Department of Human Services was the foster care dollars we talked about. The Senate had already put that in. The governor wanted us to hold that number. And at the Department of Community Service, $4 million that also included covering some things with retention, where they're doing better jobs with retention there now too. Mr. President, if there are any questions, I'll take them now, or otherwise I'll yield the well and let others say their piece.
Senator from the 26th, do you have a question? You want to come to the front? You have a question?
Mr. Chairman, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, in swapping the money around on the farm package, will that bring us more money from FEMA in doing it?
I don't expect there'll be any more money from FEMA on the farmers package. I do think there potentially would be more money potentially from FEMA, since the storm has eclipsed the $2 billion threshold for local debris pickup. The local share when a storm is below $2 billion is a 75-25 match, 75% from the feds, 25% from the state and local, which we split as 10% of the state, 15% local. Since it's cleared that $2 billion threshold, though, I do think that our monies in the state monies will go a little bit further on the FEMA package for local debris pickup.
Senator from 53rd, do you want to speak in the well, or you want a question? All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the Chairman of Appropriations yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator, is it not true that one of the favorite parts of the Senate budget for me is we were spending $60 million to pay off debt? Is that not true?
You voted no, so I don't know which part you liked.
Senator, $60 million is being taken away on page 29. Is that not true?
Yes, sir. In defeasance.
So does that mean, Senator, that we're not paying off any bond debt with any of our surplus revenue?
We're not paying off any early in this budget. You're correct, Senator. And the reason being for that, the defense of that would be, I'm with you, I'd like to pay things down faster as well. The defense of that I have to say makes mathematical sense is that we have 0 bonds in our state now that cost more, that we pay more than 5% on. We are, however, making more on our reserves in interest, more than 5%. We're actually creating a line item for that now and putting it back into the budget. I'm with you. I want to continue to pay off our debt. I actually don't know that it would be a smart thing to pay off the bonds early just by math. I would rather just reduce spending overall.
Senator, is it not true we're spending $200 million a year roughly in interest?
I do believe that number is correct, but Senator, on $11 billion at 6%, we're collecting a lot more than that.
Senator, on page number 18, you see on page 29 it says we're going to take this money and we're going to use it for Hurricane Helene relief. But then on page 18, it just looks like the Hurricane Helene relief just gets smaller. Is that not true?
The Hurricane Helene relief does fall by $15 million on that line item, and then it falls by $32 million on an additional line item. You're correct.
So where exactly is this $60 million going?
That $60 million is most likely rolled back into Department of Corrections, Department of Human Services, and the Department of Community Supervision.
Senator, is it not true? I don't like the answer, most likely.
Well, that's where the dollars are going.
Okay.
If you want an exact answer, the $62 million will be rolled back into the Department of Corrections, the Department of Human Services, and the Department of Community Supervision.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Senator, you have one more question, or you can yield the well.
Sure.
Recognize Senator from the 28th.
Will the Senator yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Senator, I heard you say something about Savannah State College and Clayton College. What did you say, that they were taking money away from them?
No, ma'am. I said the House took and reorganized its bond package to do additional funds at Clayton State and Savannah State University.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
You have no more questions, Senator.
Thank you. I yield the well.
Does anyone else wish to speak for or against the measure here? So we are in a posture of accepting the motion from the senator from the 19th. We do have an objection to this, but we need to vote for this anyway since it is the amended budget. All those in favor of suspending the rules and voting on HB 67, those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 55, the nays are 1, and it is completed. The Senate has agreed to the House position. Moving on to Senate Bill 51. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 51 by Senator Setzler of the 37th and others, a bill to be entitled Act to amend Chapter 4 of Title 32 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to state, county, and municipal road systems so as to revise contracting procedures related to the acquisition of certain professional services by counties and municipalities, to amend Chapter 91 of Title 36 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to public works bidding so as to revise contracting procedures related to the acquisition of certain professional services by counties and municipalities, to provide for definitions, to amend Chapter 22 of Title 50 of the OCGA related to managerial control over acquisition of professional services so as to expand such provisions to local governments, to provide for and revise definitions, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations General recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon of the 45th District Chairman. Mr. President, I completes the order.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 37th to present the bill.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 51 is a bill that requires a qualification-based selection process for the hiring of architects and engineers. It mirrors the process that our state uses at the state level and at the university level and applies that to cities and counties. Be glad to take questions.
Senator, you have no questions.
With that, I urge your support for Senate Bill 51.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none, and the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Those opposed, nay. Mr. Secretary, please unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54 and the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate immediately transmit House Bill 67 to the governor.
The senators move for unanimous consent that we immediately transmit HB 67 to the House. Is there
To the
objection?
House.
The chair hears none. What?
To the House.
All right. All right, good. Without objection, it will be transmitted. All right, we got next. Chair recognizes the senator from the 4th. Oh. Mr. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 50.
Sorry, Senator, just stay with us. Senator from the 4th, just a minute. We're going to read the caption. Go ahead.
Senate Bill 55 by Senator Hickman of the 4th and others, a bill to entitled an act to amend Title 34 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to labor and industrial relations so as to phase out the payment of sub-minimum wage to persons with disabilities, to repeal provisions concerning exemptions to the state minimum wage law for persons with disabilities, to provide that no employer shall utilize a certificate issued by the United States Department of Labor pursuant to 29 U.S.C. Section 214C to pay individuals with disabilities less than the federal minimum wage, to provide exemptions, to provide for related matters, to provide a short title, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Now the chair recognizes the senator from the 4th to present the bill.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Remember last session we passed the game bill, Georgia as a model employer. If y'all remember, that enabled Martha to work in our goodie section over here. And as I told you before, we got over 150,000 people in Georgia with some type of mental or physical disability, but we only got about 25,000 of them that are actually working. This bill is called the Dignity Pay Act, Senate Bill 55. And this bill is about stopping certain employers referred to as community rehabilitation programs from paying people with physical and mental disabilities less than federal minimum wage, sometime as low as 22 cents an hour. We actually had the organization that pays the 22 cents an hour come and testify in committee against this bill. So they do exist. Background of this bill, last year Representative Sharon Cooper sponsored a bill with the same language, House Bill 1125. It passed the House Industry and Labor Committee, the House floor, and the Senate Insurance and Labor Committee unanimously before running out of time. This happened in 1938, the Fair Labor Standards Act, 1938, 93 years ago. The Fair Labor Standards Act, Section 14C, authorized sub-minimum wages based on perceived productivity differences for workers with disabilities, and that was primary for disabled veterans. Section 14C of the Fair Labor Standards Act allows community rehab programs to pay workers with disabilities less than federal minimum wage. While initially created to foster employment opportunities, this provision traps individuals with disabilities in outdated systems. In Georgia, there are 8 community rehab programs using this 14C certificate to pay roughly 250 people with intellectual and developmental disabilities wages as low as 22 cents an hour. Our state has one of the strongest economies in the nation. In fact, as we all know, we're number one for the 11th year for doing business. Georgia could join 13 other states that have already passed such legislation. Community rehab programs will have 2 years, it's not immediate, they'll have 2 years to gradually increase wages to a minimum of $7.25 an hour. This bill does not shut down shelter workshops or eliminate CRPs as an employment option. It simply ensures that employees who work there are paid fairly. Some people thinks that this affects grocery stores and restaurants and all. It does not. It only applies to the community rehab programs. This bill is about basic dignity and fairness, ensuring that people with disabilities are paid at least what we consider the bare minimum for all other workers. I urge the Senate to support the Dignity and Pay Act and help make Georgia a leader in fair employment for all. Thank you, sir, and please vote green. And Mr. President, I yield the will.
The senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against this measure? Chair recognizes the senator from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator from the 4th, for your hard work on Senate Bill 55. I'm trying to be respectful of everybody's time here, but I've had several folks in the halls over the past few weeks tell me how important this bill is to them. And to be honest, I've been thinking a little bit about why we needed an amendment like this that was passed in 1974. I'm sure there's a reason, but we'll never know. But what I do know is back in the 70s, the life expectancy of someone with Down syndrome was 25 years old. And today is 60 years old. Often in the 70s, folks like my son were institutionalized and never really given an opportunity to even work in a workplace. Thanks to many medical advances and therapies and initiatives, and then ultimately a more inclusive society, we have that life expectancy has risen. I've heard both sides of this argument as to why we need SB 55, and I've really considered the best outcome for people with developmental disabilities. We all know this isn't a matter of minimum wage. It's ultimately a matter of value and dignity. I would submit to you that my son Cohen is no less deserving of a minimum wage than a typical, fully functioning adult. Through medical breakthroughs that I mentioned earlier and therapy interventions, a vast majority of people with developmental disabilities can understand what we're voting on here. And personally, I can't look them in the face and tell them that they're less than than everybody else in the workplace. For those arguing against the bill, I would say sometimes a reset is needed when federal legislation from the 30s and from the 70s is antiquated and no longer relevant. I'm asking you colleagues to support this bill, and again, thank you to the senator from the 4th for making this a priority. Mr. President, I yield the will.
Thank you, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. Is there objection to the agreeing of the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none, and the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is now on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Those opposed, nay. Mr. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51 and the nays are 3, and this bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair wants to congratulate and thank the senator from the 4th for his goodwill, his good work on a very good bill, and Senator from the 49th, thank you for your comments as well. I know we've got people in the gallery of which this matter is very meaningful to, and you're welcome and glad to see you up there. Mr. Secretary, let's move on. Let's read caption for the next bill. Senate Bill 139.
Senate Bill 139 by Senator Dixon of the 45th and others, the bills being Town Act to amend an act to incorporate the city of Mulberry, approved February 13th, 2024, so as to change the corporate limits of the city to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations in General recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations in General offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 139, a bill to be entitled an act to amend an act to incorporate the city of Mulberry, approved February 13th, 2024, so as to change the corporate limits of the city to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The chair recognizes the senator from the 45th to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 139, it's simply an annexation bill for the city of Mulberry, rounding off some of their city edges, incorporating some commercial parcels that were across the street from the city and a few vacant parcels. With that, Mr. President, be happy to answer any questions.
Senator, I don't see any questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. Chair recognizes the senator from the 9th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. No surprise, I rise in opposition here we have another City of Mulberry bill. Aren't y'all tired of these Mulberry bills, and why are there so many? I can't recall any city, and maybe, I don't have enough tenure here, but we spent so much time trying to get one city through this legislature. I want to note that, not only is this another bailout bill for Mulberry and forcing it through, Gwinnett County, I just want you to know, has been actively trying to come to the table to negotiate on the city of Mulberry. And you know what they're waiting on? The city of Mulberry to come with a local proposal and local negotiations. I agree with my colleagues. I actually think they probably should have gone into mediation a long time ago to try to work out the differences. And even more to the point, the senator from the 45th keeps putting them in as general bills because we're out of process yet again. This is a local bill that should go through a local delegation and be negotiated as such. I have plenty of annexation bills that I have agreed to and signed on locally. But Mulberry is just forcing its way through, and we don't need another out-of-process bill that is supposed to be a local bill. The bigger problem is, and what I keep saying is, Mulberry has not been established in good faith. It's bullying its way into cityhood. It's bullying the county into cityhood. Those of us in unincorporated Gwinnett don't want to pay for Mulberry. And at the end of the day, we're paying for Mulberry. And, the senator from the 45th is spending a lot of political capital on the city of Mulberry, and somehow he is getting 33 of you in this body to go along with him. I just want to be there on the day when this city does not live up to or do what it says it's supposed to do, and I'm going to be like, I told you so. And with that, I yield for questions, Mr. President.
Senator, do you have questions? Chair recognizes the senator from the 7th for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
Yes.
Is it not true that the city of Lawrenceville has been locally working on an annexation, and they are getting out a local bill?
Absolutely, Senator. Actually, the city of Lawrenceville actually talked to our local delegation. They talked to me and several of us, and they let us know step by step what they're doing. And we are all amendable to that local legislation. I will be signing it.
Is it not true that last year the city of Duluth also had an annexation bill that they worked with everyone on and it was introduced as a local bill?
That is absolutely right, and I was okay with that one as well. And they also went to the county to negotiate that annexation bill.
Is it not true that the city of Suwanee also had a annexation bill last year and they also went through the local process?
My good friend, Senator from the 7th, that is correct. So we see a pattern here of where, when engaged properly, we are okay with local legislation.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I'll yield well.
You have other questions, Senator, if you care to take them? The senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Senator from the 45th, do you want to close debate? He waves. All right. The chair hears no one else wishing to speak to the measure, so is there objection to the previous question ordered? The chair hears none, and the previous question is ordered. The question is now on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to the agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? And the chair hears none. The reporting of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is now on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Those opposed, nay. Mr. Secretary, please unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 31, the nays are 22. So this bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Mr. Secretary, let's move on down to Senate Bill 74. Please read the caption.
Senate Bill 74 by Senator Burns of the 23rd and others, the bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 3 of Article 3 of Chapter 12, Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to the sale and distribution of harmful materials to minors, so as to repeal an exemption for libraries and librarians from the provision of Code Section 16-12-103 relating to selling, loaning, distributing, or exhibiting materials harmful to minors, to provide that any violation of such code section shall be a misdemeanor of high and aggravated nature when committed knowingly, to provide for a defense for librarians who make good faith attempts to identify and remove material harmful to minors, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date and applicability, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Payne, Vice Chairman. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Education and Youth offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 74, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 3 of Article 3 of Chapter 12, Title 16 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to sale or distribution of harmful materials to minors, so as to repeal an exemption for libraries and librarians from the provisions of Code Section 16-12-103 and for other purposes. Mr. President, a minority report to Senate Bill 74 has been attached. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The chair recognizes this distinguished senator from the 23rd to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I bring you Senate Bill 74. But before we get into the bill, I want to touch base on a couple of quick things. I love libraries. I believe that every Georgian should actively engage in their local library, their university library, their school library. Many of you know that my 30 years of my life I spent in higher education, and as a part of that opportunity, I had an honor to receive a senior Fulbright scholarship to Sweden. And while I was there, my appointment was in the bibliothèque, the Swedish College of Library and Information Science in Borås, Sweden. Handelshögskolan i Borås. I love libraries. I want you to know one very important thing. This is not a bill designed to penalize libraries or librarians. It is a bill designed to protect children. It's simple. It's 2 pages. We'll get to it in a second. First, let me tell you what it does not do. It does not change Georgia's obscenity laws. 1612-103 was adopted in its original form in 1969. It's been around for 50 years. This bill does not change Georgia's obscenity laws. It does not ban any book or any material from a library. It does not ban anything. It does not limit access to material for adults. And it does not, its intent is not to put anyone in jail. There's a lot of stuff out there that is false. Let me tell you what it does do. It requires all Georgians to follow Georgia law. I don't get an exception. You don't get an exception. No one in Georgia is exempted from providing harmful material to minors. It protects children. It does do that. And it provides for an affirmative defense in case someone in the library, a librarian or a library worker, is accused of doing so. Well, let's look at the bill. If you look quickly at the bill, I'm on Section 1. Section 1, lines 15 through 18. That's pretty easy. This is the exception clause. It was adopted in about 1984 for reasons not known to me. I couldn't in the research determine why we chose to add that. Across our nation, there were a number of exemption laws. Most of them have been modified or repealed, and we'll talk about that in a second. But basically on line 18, it just takes section 1612-104 and makes it reserved. So, what else does it do? Section 2. Section 2, we changed one important word on line 22. Except as provided in subsection B of this code section, any person who knowingly violates any provision. You've got to intentionally provide harmful material, obscene material, pornographic material to a minor to be charged under this act. So you have to do it intentionally. You have to know you did it, and you had to do it with malice aforethought. And I'm no attorney. Look at lines 25 through 29. It shall be the affirmative defense to prosecution under this code section. Notice on line 28, if he or she has made a good faith attempt to identify and remove from access to minors all physical or electronically harmful material. So, what do? You place children's materials in children's sections. You place youth materials in youth sections. You place any questionable material in adult sections. I want you to know that store clerks have to comply with this law. 6th grade school teachers have to comply with this law. State senators have to comply with this law. Every Georgian has to comply with 1612-103, except for the very people who are most knowledgeable and most prepared to make an informed decision about what's harmful. We're simply removing that exception, and then we are allowing, if they were in any way charged with a violation, they have an affirmative defense. Quickly, depending upon who you tend to rely on, right now in the United States of America, there are 12 states that have no exceptions. There are 32 states, there are 12 states who have no exceptions to the obscenity laws. There are 32 states who have an affirmative defense, and there are 4 states that have what Georgia has, which is the exception clause. I want to quote one thing. In April of 2024, April 10th, 2024, the Washington Post did an extensive article on this exception rule across the U.S. And I want to quote you from their article. It says, "The Post could not find an instance in which a librarian has been charged under these laws." Not one. Not one. No librarian has been charged under these laws. You know why no librarian has been charged? Because they're doing their job. Because they're protecting our children, and I support them. But there's no need for this exception because they have the ability to effectively document what materials are appropriate and what materials are inappropriate for children. And with that, Mr. President, I'd ask for your favorable consideration for Senate Bill 74, and I'll yield for questions.
You do have some questions, Senator. The chair recognizes the distinguished senator from Macon, the senator from the 26th, for the first question.
Macon. My good friend.
Gentleman yield.
Absolutely.
What do you consider harmful materials?
That's an excellent question. U.S. Code, by the way, defines that. And harmful material, if I can get my glasses, I'll read it for you. It's commonly known as the Miller test. It was Miller versus California in 1973, Senator. And it states that whether the average person applying contemporary adult community standards finds the matter taken as a whole appeals to the prurient interest. Prurient. That word means erotic, lascivious, abnormal, unhealthy, degrading, shameful, or morbid interest in nudity, sex, or excretion. That's one of the Miller tests. There are 3. This is long-standing federal law. We're not creating anything new, folks. We're just asking Georgians to comply with both federal and state law.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 37th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gentleman yield.
Absolutely.
There have been efforts in previous years to do this that I think were perfected in this bill. I appreciate your work on this. Isn't it true that on line 22, as you highlighted the word knowingly?
Yes.
The library worker would have to have actual knowledge, be proven to have actual knowledge that this existed and they were complicit with it. It's not just about being present on the shelf, isn't it true, that they would actually have to have actual knowledge of specific content that they opted to not remove, correct?
The gentleman is correct. If you look carefully in lines 25 through 29, the affirmative defense guarantees the librarian, and thanks to the senator for his recommendations in the committee, not only the librarian, but workers in the library who might be challenged. They have the same affirmative defense if they make a good faith attempt to identify and remove from access, not remove the material from the library, but simply to remove it from access to minors. All physical or electronic material harmful to minors.
Senator, do you yield for one further question?
Yes, sir.
As you said earlier, there's 4 states approximately that have the law we have.
That's correct.
What we're proposing is to be with the 32 states that have an affirmative defense, and there
That's
are 12 states that have no protection whatsoever. The protections this provides for library workers are not provided at all in 12 states. This puts us with the 32, does it
The
not?
gentleman's correct. So we are one of only 4 states in the United States that currently have an exception law on our books. This will move us to remove the exception clause, but allow for an affirmative defense.
Appreciate your time to get this right for library workers and for our young people.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 27th for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chairman, do you yield?
Yes, sir, for the 27th.
I want to make sure I understand. This is a simple bill. You're striking 3 lines and adding 5 plus a word, but I want to make sure I understand the current state of play as you've described it. Let's just imagine a hypothetical scenario, if you could clarify this for me. There's a hypothetical Barnes & Noble next to a library. Under current Georgia law, the Barnes & Noble cannot provide material to minors that fails the Miller test, but the library has this, due to this carve-out that's currently in code, can provide that material to minors. Is that correct?
That is correct. So the store clerk at a Barnes & Noble is not protected under current Georgia law, even though they are not as well prepared or as well trained as that professional librarian.
Do you further yield?
Absolutely.
So what you might see at a Barnes & Noble or even at a gas station is the removal from general availability of this material such that the Barnes & Noble worker or the gas station employee would ensure that it's not a minor before they provide that material to them. And that's essentially what you're also asking the librarians to do. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you further yield?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to see the minority report?
I have.
Do you further yield?
Absolutely.
There's a sentence on here that says librarians are exempt from the obscenity statute for a reason. It's the first line of the main paragraph there. Senator, can you help me understand, or have any of the members of the minority party explain to you the reason that librarians should be providing obscene material to children inside the library?
I have not received an explanation of what the reason might be. I would suggest that we'll let them speak to it, but at the end of the day, I can see no valid reason to exempt a librarian or similar professional from protecting children.
Thank you, Chairman.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 1st for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
So how many states did you say already do this?
Currently, there are 34 states that have affirmative defense, and there are 4 states that have no exceptions at all. And then there are only 4 that currently allow for an exemption or an exception. Only 4. And they are Georgia, Louisiana, Washington, and Pennsylvania.
Wow. So just for clarification for us non-lawyers in the room, the affirmative defense, can you just go through that for us a little bit?
Yeah, that would suggest that should someone be accused of violating this statute, they would have the ability to defend their actions because they had made a good faith attempt to identify and remove from access to minors any physical or electronic material that's harmful. So essentially, if I walked into a library, Senator, and I found something that I felt was inappropriate for a minor, and I brought that to the attention of the librarian could then reclassify that book if they agreed and put it in an adult section, and there would be no other necessary action.
So that would be...
That would be compliance.
So
that would be compliance.
That's that good faith
That's
decision
that good
that you're
faith
talking about.
intent
Okay.
to make sure that the materials are properly changed, shelved. Now, I would say that wouldn't necessarily be for a single individual coming in and making those decisions. The librarian, their professional knowledge, could identify it as appropriate, or as a collective group, they could. But at the end of the day, if they make a good faith effort to protect children, they have an affirmative defense.
And that's, if you'll yield for another question.
Certainly.
And that's your point when you're relating to a librarian who is trained, college, many times a master's in masters in science relating to this, and you're asking them to make a decision that they're well versed in versus Barnes & Noble versus a gas station versus other entities?
I think they are, our librarians are all degreed in Masters of Library Science. They have spent years understanding their art and their profession, and I believe they are the most qualified to make this decision.
Chair recognizes Senator from the 10th.
One more.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield?
Absolutely.
Senator, I'm really trying to understand your bill,
Okay.
but I guess I'm having some problems with the portion of the electronic material. Can you explain to me how a librarian could keep all potentially electronic harmful material out of their library?
Senator, it's current law that electronic access to harmful material is restricted. That's true at the university level, it's true at the secondary level, and it's true in libraries. So, library systems currently have in place filters that would not allow people who utilize the system, especially minors, to access certain electronic websites that might be harmful, pornographic sites or obscene sites or sites that could indeed endanger their health and well-being. So those systems are in place and they are managed through the library system itself and the computer systems. Now the librarian would have input, but they would enjoy the protection from the overall system vendor who puts the filters on.
Senator Further.
One more time. Yes, sir.
Senator, would the librarian be responsible for programming any of those systems?
They would contract that. They're not responsible, but they would purchase that through a contract agent. I would suggest that at the university level where I was, we utilized a system to maintain control over access to certain sites. And I was not directly involved, nor were my librarians, but we utilized an effective tool to limit access to certain inappropriate sites for both minors and, in this case, for adults. You got to realize that at a university level, you're talking about 18 to 22-year-olds or older. So it's not unusual for you to have filters on your electronic systems. I think this bill specifically, however, deals with printed material, whether it be literary material or art or graphic types of things. It's the printed material that would be shelved as a routine course of library operations.
Senator, I do understand that you said it deals primarily, however, you do have electronic in here. So my problem is you're holding a librarian responsible for material that she or he may not even program, or even know how to program in the system. In the event someone else makes a mistake, they would be held liable for it.
I would suggest, Senator, this has been a common practice in library science for decades, and that not a single librarian has been jailed or criminally prosecuted because of this legislation. Its intent, Senator, is to protect children, not to penalize librarians or anyone else. Remember, Senator, you are responsible for this, and I am responsible for this. We have no exceptions. And I think that our librarians are the best qualified to address this issue. I appreciate the question. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Okay, the senator has yielded the well. Senator from the 44th, are you presenting the minority report? Oh, okay. Chair recognizes the senator from the 44th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm rising in opposition to SB 74. This bill, I think, is misguided. It would criminalize librarians simply for doing their jobs, which is providing books, literature, and resources that educate, challenge, and inspire young minds and older minds alike. This legislation is not about protecting children. It's much more about censorship, fear, and government overreach into our institutions. Under SB 74, librarians could face criminal charges for furnishing books that contain vaguely defined, sexually explicit content deemed, quote unquote, harmful to minors. But the issue is, who decides what is harmful? Literature, history, health, education, and even classic works of fiction often contain discussions of sexuality and relationships. Are we really wanting to turn our librarians into criminals for providing access to books that discuss topics like puberty, LGBTQ plus rights, or the realities of sexual violence? We've seen that classic books like To Kill a Mockingbird, Beloved, or even The Diary of Anne Frank have in the last few years suddenly been deemed too risky for our shelves. And I would suggest to you that that very vagueness is why the author pointed out that no librarian has actually been charged under these statutes around the country, because it's far too vague and far too subjective of a standard to hold someone criminally accountable, especially when they are doing a job that is critical in educating young minds. Research shows that schools that have librarians, students perform much better. They achieve much higher scholastically due to the dedicated presence of a librarian. So therefore, this bill doesn't just threaten books, it threatens intellectual freedom and education itself. Libraries exist to serve all members of a community, not just a certain narrow perspective or a certain set of beliefs. If a parent disapproves of a book, they have every right to guide their own child's reading choices. But they do not and should not have the right to impose those restrictions on every other child in Georgia and his or her families. So let's be clear, it really seems that this book isn't so much about protecting minors from real harm. As we've heard, no librarian across the country has needed to be charged. It seems that it's more about banning certain ideas. And we know that there are some constituents of some of us out there who are very worked up about ideas that they do not like. Whether it's about sexuality or LGBTQ youth. And those are mostly what it's about. And we know there are some very loud people burning up some of your emails and phones to try to get you to bring this bill. But their perspective, these folks' perspective, their perspective is important, but it is not total. It cannot control the totality of information that we allow presented in our very diverse and pluralistic society. We should not create any climate of fear where a librarian feels that they need to second guess every book on their shelves or risk criminal sanctions. We want librarians to foster a love of reading and critical thinking, not send a message that knowledge is dangerous, that censorship is acceptable, and that those who provide access to literature should live in fear of prosecution. We should be encouraging young people to read. Folks, I would posit to you that our problem, if there is one, certainly is not whether librarians haven't spent hours combing their shelves for titles that some group in someone's district somewhere deems inappropriate for all the people in everyone else's district. A much bigger problem would be that we don't have enough kids reading at all. In fact, I'm talking even past whether or not they're reading for enjoyment, which is so tied to how well they'll perform in school and therefore their future as our future workforce and the life that they can hope to aspire to them, for themselves, being well educated. Our kids, we well know, and Senator from the 4th, I'm sorry he's not sitting there, has worked hard on this, as have many others. Our kids actually can't read at all. So why are we spending time talking about banning librarians instead of getting an update on what our Literacy Council is doing and passing other bills to ensure that our newfound science of reading, it has the proper appropriations to make sure that our kids will not continue to suffer in the sense that about 60% of them cannot read on grade level. Why are we wasting time on a ridiculous bill to criminalize librarians? Maybe it's to distract from the fact that we've run our government and our schools so poorly that 60% of our kids cannot read on grade level. That's the real scandal here, folks. Sometimes it's appropriate to tell activists in your own district, in your own party, you know what, sit down and shut up. And we don't see that enough. And this is a prime example of where we need to say, we hear you, but sit down and shut up. I urge my colleagues to reject this dangerous overreach and to stand up for the rights of readers, parents, and librarians alike by voting no on SB 74. Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any questions, and if there are none, I shall yield the well.
You do have questions.
All right,
The chair recognizes the senator from the 37th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is the lady yield?
Of course, to my good friend from the 37th.
Thank you. The author was talking earlier about the Miller test. The content that we're talking about, is it not true? The content that could potentially get someone in trouble is by definition that which would land a Barnes & Noble worker in jail for selling to a minor, correct?
Well, we discussed this, and I believe we were both there in committee, and there is no one out there combing Barnes & Noble shelves to try to land Barnes & Noble employees in jail.
Correct.
That's simply not happening, and I assume that we all, or some of us, have some constituents that probably do dislike the young adult section at Barnes & Noble.
Sure,
So they could busy themselves with that as opposed to messing with public libraries.
But it's a legal fact of this bill. The content we're talking about is only those things that would land a Barnes & Noble worker in jail for selling to a minor. That's what we're talking about. And for those volumes, that content that's on our school shelves, this bill very clearly, isn't it true? And I know the lady's a learned attorney. The library worker would have to have actual knowledge of specific content. That same content that would land a Barnes & Noble worker in jail for selling to a minor, if they had actual knowledge, then and only then could they be held accountable, and they would still have an affirmative defense under this. Is that not true?
Well, to my good friend, I always enjoy discussing these issues with you, and I appreciate how much you think about the issues. And it is true that the senator from the 23rd has made it knowingly and provided an affirmative defense, which is certainly better than it might be otherwise. I think the problem is that even the Miller standard or the standard that's in our code right now, it's in the bill, but 103 is the actual chapter. They're all just very subjective. They're very subjective, and so that's really the problem we're dealing with. And I would posit to you, Senator from the 37th, that's really why we don't see Barnes & Noble employees in jail, and why, as the author shared, we haven't seen librarians charged under these statutes either, because it's simply just really almost impossible to enforce because the standards are vague and subjective.
Does the lady yield for one further question? Last one. So again, we appreciate your recognition that the content we're talking about is that content that would land a Barnes & Noble worker in jail if they sold it to a minor. The library worker would have to knowingly provide that, and then this affirmative defense doesn't require anything other than demonstrating a good faith attempt to do so. So the presentation of a good faith attempt to do this and to provide the protection is all that's needed to have no legal responsibility. What that means, isn't it true, that only if they had actual knowledge and the intent to leave it on the shelves, this content that would land a Barnes & Noble worker in jail then and only then, with no good faith attempt, could there be any responsibility for a library worker. Is that true?
The situation is that it is so subjective and vague that it's impossible to prove, which is why, again, I don't think we've seen it utilized against Barnes & Noble workers or librarians. So I think probably we should abandon the farce and admit that probably the standard we have now is probably the better way to go. But you're right, the author did take pains to make sure that it was not, it would not be incredibly easy to throw one of the librarians in jail.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I'll yield the well.
You have no further questions, but the senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair will recognize the senator from the 14th to present the minority report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will try to take us out of the weeds of this bill for just a moment on this dreary pre-crossover day afternoon to take you back to 2019 when I, a small House member, newly elected, no beard, was in the subcommittee with the senator from the 37th of the House Judiciary Non-Civil Committee. I want you to picture this. It's just me, no beard, sitting in a room with the senator from the 37th, who's the chairman of a subcommittee, and we are talking about this bill. And maybe there were other people there, but senator from the 37th, I just have fond memories of us chopping things up for hours on end. Here is what I remember from the House Judiciary Non-Civil hearings from pre-COVID, seems like a lifetime ago, about this bill. I remember that advocates came with a stack of questionable materials that they alleged were at risk of being presented to Georgia's students. Some of those materials were from EBSCOhost, which, as we know, is an online database that contains sprawling, vast amounts of information, but were not just paper books. And the EBSCOhost database exemplars, were part of the package that they presented to the committee to say, we have got to do something about obscenity in schools. Now, nowhere was there testimony that specific Georgia school districts had enabled access to those specific materials in EBSCO. Some of those materials were just straight up representations of LGBTQ people in normal life situations that some parents might have a cultural or whatever spiritual objection to. But suffice it to say that they came ready with their sample materials, and the first words out of the witness's mouth in committee were, well, we've heard a lot of allegations that this bill would criminalize anybody, but there's no criminal penalties in this bill, so moving right along, and turn the page. And I sat there with my mouth open, because it was the same bill that you have before you now in the Senate that took away an exception for librarians and media technicians to misdemeanor criminal liability. So the first words out of the witness's mouth were a lie, obscuring what this bill actually did. Now, it's funny because that witness started running for office later, for state house, and I went to the well in the House on a similar measure, which was about parents having more control in schools, being able to go to schools and challenge things and escalate to the school board, all that. And I said, you should know that the witness who lied as her first words in committee is now running to become one of you. Well, she lost her first primary, but is now a seated state representative from House District 81. And she beat an incumbent that the majority over there did a lot of work to try to protect after only one term, sadly. So you see that there is a trajectory here. The way that political power moves doesn't take 1 year, 2 years, it takes 5 years, it takes 10 years. And what happens is a fringe idea that only the weirdos at the county party want turns into a talking point that makes its way to a bill. The bill gets filed, and it flails around for 3 or 4 years. Because why? It gets a hearing maybe, but ultimately, cooler heads, the rules chairman, the speaker will shut it down. Then elections happen, and maybe 2024 happens, and President Trump wins the presidency again, and we see that we get political valence out of targeting minorities like trans people for political points, or going back to an ethic of book banning relating to materials that might depict gay people in ways that are normal. They might kiss in pictures, believe it or not. And now we have a renewed attempt to take what once was a fringe idea in the county party meeting and turn it into law. Here we are finally creating a misdemeanor for teachers and librarians who deal with, media technicians also, who deal with access to both printed and online materials in schools. It turns out, you may be surprised, that many librarians and media technicians are Republicans, Republican voters. I know because I drove not an insignificant amount of minutes or miles to a media tech conference years ago. I was invited because I was vocally opposed to this in committee, and I guess made some friends with the media technicians. But I spoke to a group of people. Some were obviously coded as Democrats, some from Metro Atlanta, some not from Metro Atlanta, obviously coded as Republicans. And those media technicians and librarians said to me, we think this is crazy. A criminal penalty? Some people are in tears because their job is to take care of students. Their job is to go to the school every day and do the best thing for these kids. Have y'all seen Batman Begins, the movie? To use a literary reference I think appropriate for this bill. You know the Scarecrow, played by Cillian Murphy? And he uses what's called a fear toxin. Do you remember this scene where, his act of terror in Gotham is to unleash this fear toxin that scrambles your brain and makes you see things all quivery, and normal people, like a kid, looks scary because the kid, all warbled up, looks like a threat? This is fear toxin stuff, y'all. You've got a handful of parents who don't want to see ordinary depictions maybe of LGBTQ, or they're uncomfortable with their own sexuality and they don't want any sexual themes whatsoever presented to children. But what's their solution? To go to the State House and put a criminal penalty on teachers. Let me ask you this. How many groups of people can you give this treatment to before the fear toxin starts to consume the average voter, the median of your base? Because right now, we're talking about trans people today, but we're also talking about librarians and media techs who probably were voting reliably Republican in some cases, but have to think twice about a majority party that's going to let the fear toxin transform the school library environment into a battleground where criminal liability is at stake. I want to address a couple of the author's concerns. I always have to give it up to the Senator for the 23rd for being the consummate senator in terms of preparation and presentation. But there are a couple aspects I want to talk about. This idea that this isn't meant to penalize teachers. That was a quote. Or that not a single librarian has been charged. That is not the purpose of this bill. Y'all know that if y'all actually put a librarian or media tech in jail, that would be a political nuclear bomb. That would be terrible. You would never do that. But what you would do is put a law on the books so that when a parent who has concerns about any depiction of sexuality they don't like or anything in a material, one of the tens of thousands of books or hits on EBSCO hosts, when they go to the librarian or the media tech, I think it's exactly the way that the senator from the 23rd described. I think that's exactly what would happen. What did he say? He said the appropriate thing to do would be to get the complaint and move it to the adult section. Get the complaint and move it to the adult section. Not exercise independent judgment under current Board of Education regulations that already exist, with a committee that already exists, to decide from an independent standpoint, based on the expertise of those media technicians, librarians, whether this is appropriate for children. All this bill does is move the judgment, the discretion as to whether materials are appropriate for children from the media techs and librarians who've sworn an oath and dedicated their life to helping kids and protecting kids. It transfers their decision to a prosecutor. So now it's not up to the media techs and librarians whether a material is appropriate for children. It's up to an elected solicitor. Let me tell you, as somebody who deals with criminal legal issues both from committee and just as a matter of interest as an attorney, it is not much consolation to be told that the reason you won't be held criminally liable for some conduct is because, well, we've created an affirmative defense. That's something you have to prove by a preponderance of the evidence once you've already been charged, once you've already retained counsel, once you've already gone to court, and at your trial, you get to tell a jury, I was doing everything in my power to try to scrub the entire internet on EBSCOhost, by the way, and every printed material in a library with tens of thousands of volumes for anything that could possibly offend a single parent. That is the affirmative defense that this bill creates, and that's the only protection it affords. But again, let's go back to brass tacks. Will we see a librarian charge? Maybe not. But we know that because we do politics, and we know how these things work and why we do things the way we do them. But tell the hundreds, thousands of librarians and media techs in Georgia, both Democrats and Republicans, who are watching this dismayed, tell them that they won't be charged. But I bet you won't, because it's the threat of being charged that's going to make that librarian comply with the first demand that a parent provides or makes, regardless of how unreasonable that demand is. I hope the House kills this bill. I hope that the arc of the right-wing universe does not keep bending towards criminalizing librarians. But here we are. It's just another year at the General Assembly. Mr. President, I will yield for questions.
No questions.
Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none. Senator from the 23rd, do you wish to close the debate? He chooses to close the debate, so we will hear from the distinguished senator from the 23rd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be brief. We've been here a while on what I thought was a fairly straightforward bill. I want to respond to some of my colleagues' concerns, but I want to first start with House Bill 67. You'll pull out your copy of House Bill 67, and if you turn to page 29, you'll notice that public libraries in South Georgia Regional Library System of Valdosta got an appropriation of $3 million. And right below that, the Nell Brown Library in Toombs County got an appropriation for $3 million. If you go to the next page, you will see that we increased funds for one-time funding for replacement of the O'Kelly Memorial Library in Walton County. That was only $900,000. If you drop down a few lines, you'll see that we constructed the Pelham Carnegie Library in Pelham, Mitchell County, Georgia. Now, what does that tell me? It tells me that the Senate loves libraries and the legislature supports libraries. Let me take a minute or two and comment on my good friend from the 44th. She used the word censorship. Censorship? Nowhere in SB 74 is that term used. We don't ban anything. Nothing is banned. No book, no pictorial, no graphic, nothing. We simply ask it be put in the right place. She indicated that we're going to ban librarians. She used the term ban librarians. Nowhere in Senate Bill 74 do we ban a librarian. We love our librarians and we appreciate them. My good friend from the 14th, when he was in the House, my only real question is, you had no beard. The question is, was there any hair? So I don't know. I need a picture to see. Couldn't tell. I would tell you that he suggested that we're on, this is a fringe idea, I find it interesting that out of 50 states, 46 of them have adopted this fringe idea. Okay? 46 out of 50. Provided for either eliminating the exception altogether, which we're not doing, or they provided for an affirmative defense. The last thing that I would challenge my good friend from the 14th with is fear toxin. Fear. I don't want librarians to be afraid of anything. I want them to love children, and I want them to support children. So at the end of the day, the question is very simple. Do you support children, and do you believe that we should protect them from harmful material? If you do, I'd ask for your favorable support for Senate Bill 74. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
The senator has yielded the well. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to the agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none, and the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? And the chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is now on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Those opposed, nay. Mr. Secretary, please unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 32 and the nays are 23. So this bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. All right, let me have your attention for just a minute. A little bit of housekeeping. We've got dinner that is being brought in. It's good food from Maggiano's, but we're going to get through this next bill, SB 85, and then we're going to break, give everybody time to eat, and hopefully plan to be, depending upon how long we debate 85, SB 85, try to come back in around 6 p.m. So with that, for your interim snacking, you might want to put the snacks down for a minute because we've got a great dinner that we'll get to as soon as we get done with SB 85. So with that, Mr. Secretary, please read the caption.
Senate Bill 85 by Senator Brass of the 6th and others. The bills being entitled an act to amend Article 12, Chapter 3 of Title 20, the official code of Georgia annotated related to post-secondary education grants for foster children and adopted children, so as to establish a grant program to provide grants to former foster youth who meet eligibility requirements subject to specific appropriations, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Higher Education recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Burns, Chairman. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Higher Education offers the following substitute to Senate Bill 85, bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 12 of Chapter 3 of Title 20 of the official code of Georgia annotated related to post-secondary education grants for foster children and adopted children, so as to establish a grant program to provide grants to former foster youth who meet eligibility requirements and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 6th to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill provides a framework by which the General Assembly can fund scholarships for young adults who have been in Georgia's foster system as children. It supplements other available sources such as federal grants and the Hope Scholarship to ensure that these young people can cover not only tuition but also other necessary costs of higher ed such as books, fees, housing, and a meal plan. With no questions, I'll yield the well.
You have no questions. Well, wait a minute, I'm sorry. We've got one late arriving question. Chair recognizes the senator from the 38th for a question.
Thank you, Chairman Yoke.
I yield.
Mr. Chairman, is it not correct that this bill does, in fact, allow the funds to go to foster children, unlike the bill that we passed last week?
Actually, this bill eventually will end up in the hands of foster children, yes.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 36th for a question.
Thank you very much. To the gentleman in the well, did you yield?
I yield.
The bill calls for that this program is based on the appropriation. The program that would be
that is
set
correct.
up. And just let us know, if you will, what's the current situation with appropriation, or what's the vision of when that's going to be, when we're going to put the money into it.
My hope is that we end up with this in the big budget.
In the big budget. Yeah, that would be ideal. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions, Senator.
Thank you. And Mr. President, I'm going to break a little decorum here. Rules is going to meet in about 20 minutes after this vote. So Rules Committee, go get your food first, because if you wait till after the meeting, there may not be any left. So Rules Committee, grab your food, eat it. You got 20 minutes. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that announcement. All right, does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none. Must be dinner time. There's objection to the previous question being ordered? Nope, the chair hears none of the previous question is ordered. The question is now on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none, and the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed, nay. Mr. Secretary, please unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53, the nays are none, so this bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. All right, thank you. The chair recognizes the distinguished senator from the 23rd for an announcement. Y'all listen up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we had planned the higher education dinner for this evening, but we were kind of working late. So, if you'd like to join us in CLOB 328, we have Doss Barbecue with ribs and the fixings. So join us over there or take care of Maggiano's, whichever is your preference. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Thanks for the kind invitation. All right, with that, any other announcements before we take a break? All right. We're going to stand at ease for about an hour. We'll come back at 6 p.m. Please be back in the chamber at 6 p.m. where we will resume with the rules calendar, and I will see you then. Thank you. Yes, sir.
The Senate will come back to order. Secretary reads Senate Bill 185.
Senate Bill 185 by Senator Robertson of the 29th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 42 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to correctional institutions of state and counties so as to prohibit the use of state funds or resources for certain treatments for state inmates, to provide for the adoption of rules and regulations by the Board of Corrections relating to such prohibitions and exceptions, to provide for a definition, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Public Safety recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Albert's chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from the 29th to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, we come to this well many times during the session and we talk about simple bills, and a lot of times we do it with tongue in cheek, without quite understanding what the motive of the legislation is that we present. But I do want to tell you, this is very simple what we're trying to do here. We held a study committee this past summer and we talked about jails and prisons and everything else, and also a study of the Fulton County Jail. And we spent probably 3 to 4 hours the first day just explaining the difference between a jail and a prison. In a jail is where people are detained. People have not been convicted of anything. They're being held there to await the due process to determine if they're guilty or innocent and if they're going to go to prison or not, or if they're going to go home. Prison is where people go after they have been adjudicated guilty by their peers. And we have certain obligations within prison to take care of these individuals. Prisons are required to have health care contracts. They're required to have health care contracts that involve the physical health of the individuals, the mental health of the individuals, the dental health of the individuals, so forth and so on. But there are limitations to what we should be required to do. And what Senate Bill 185 does is lays out those differences when it comes to certain type of gender assignment surgeries. The meat of the bill, the concern of the bill, is on the last page, page 4. Starts actually, on line 66. Except as otherwise provided for in paragraph 2 of this subsection, no state funds or resources shall be used for the following treatments for state inmates. State inmate is defined on line 15. And these procedures are sex reassignment surgeries or any other surgical procedures that are performed for the purpose of altering primary or secondary sexual characteristics. Hormone replacement therapies and cosmetic procedures or prosthetics intended to alter the appearance of primary or secondary sexual characteristics. An important part is on line 73. The board shall adopt rules and regulations regarding the procedures and therapies prohibited by this subsection, which shall provide for the following limited instances in which the treatments set forth in paragraph 1 of this subsection shall be authorized. treatments for medical conditions where such treatments are considered medically necessary, provided that such condition is not gender dysphoria or the purpose of such treatment is not for sex reassignment. Treatments for individuals born with a medically verifiable disorder of sex development, including individuals born with ambiguous genitalia or chromosomal abnormalities resulting in ambiguity regarding the individual's biological sex. Treatment for individuals with partial androgen insensitivity syndrome and hormone replacement therapy treatment for state inmates who were being treated with such therapy prior to the effective date of this act, provided that the provision of such therapy is solely for the purpose of transitioning off such therapy. It's really simple. If somebody comes into the Georgia Department of Corrections and they have gender dysphoria, then they will receive the psychological therapy that they have been receiving before, or if they have not been receiving it, they will have the opportunity to meet with therapists. Because understand, gender dysphoria is mentioned for the first time in the DSM-5 and for the second time in the DSM-5-TR. And it is classified as a disorder. And it is very clear as to what it is. And from a physical standpoint, when somebody comes in with a physical condition, they're required to receive the same type of medical care equal to or better than the community around them outside the wire. When they come in with a mental health issue and a disorder, they are also required to receive help to deal with that disorder. But that disorder, that help, which if you read conditions surrounding gender dysphoria, there are several other issues that can be displayed. It does not involve surgery. We had a very robust committee meeting about this. Several recent cases were brought forward. Something that we always hear is we're addressing a problem that is not a problem. Well, in this case, that is not true. There have been 3 cases filed against the Georgia Department of Corrections. And in looking at those 3 cases, we found a gap within the Georgia Department of Corrections. That gap being that they had no policy against these types of procedures. So, to solve that problem, this legislation was written, rewritten, and is being offered up to you today. People came to the committee meeting and said this will open up more opportunity for individuals to sue. And my response to that is I'm fine with that. Every piece of legislation that comes out of this building is subject to being challenged in court. We say it many times. You can write the best piece of legislation you want, but until it is evaluated and pressure tested by a man or a woman in a black robe, then you really don't know how good the legislation is. There will be people to say, well, I have this expertise, I have that expertise, so I know. Well, I dare say that we have all been challenged in court on times when we thought we were going to win and we didn't, and in times where we weren't sure if we were going to win and we did. I respect all of those who challenge the legislation. This thing has been written incredibly narrow, and please understand, this is within the Department of Corrections. Every single thing that occurs within the Georgia Department of Corrections is paid for by taxpayer dollars. This legislation is necessary. The individuals who are in Georgia Department of Corrections who suffer from anything, whether it be gender dysphoria, whether it be depression, whether it be schizophrenia, or any other mental health issue, and to use a word from the DSM-5-TR, disorder, they are being treated. And so all this does, very narrowly, it says that we will not do surgery to change someone's sex. And with that, Mr. President, I'll yield for questions or yield the well.
I have a couple questions, Senator. I recognize the Senator from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senator yield.
The Senator yields for a few questions from my friend, and then I'll yield for whoever else has a question.
So what does that mean? Do I get 1, 2, or 3 questions I ask?
We'll make that determination. I just don't want, and with all due respect, you and I are good friends, but I don't want anybody to take up the vast majority of the time when I know there are other questions from the most likely from the same party, and I want to give everybody a fair chance. So
that's fair.
I yield to my friend from the 10th.
I won't do it. I only have about 3 or 4 questions, if that, Senator. You mentioned when you were discussing this bill that there are no known cases of any surgeries having been performed in our Department of Corrections. Is that correct?
Restate your question. I know of what?
You mentioned while you were speaking that you knew of no known cases where anything in this bill, any of these surgeries had ever been performed in our Department of Corrections.
Currently, there are 3 lawsuits in the Georgia Department of Corrections that I'm aware of, and my understanding is those are lawsuits and no surgical procedures have taken place within those cases.
Can you expand on those lawsuits? Are those lawsuits trying to get inmates to have the surgery or Department of Corrections to provide?
My understanding, I understand it's limited because these are ongoing lawsuits, and I've had the opportunity to talk to individuals involved on the judiciary side, and so the information you can get is very limited in this case. So there are 2 cases involving individuals who were, my understanding, the information I have, 2 individuals who were born male, who are attempting to transition to female, and 1 individual who was born female is attempting to transition to male.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Yield?
I do.
Senator, are there any laws or anything on the books that would even require DOC under those circumstances to provide these surgeries?
No, but what the gap I spoke of, the fracture that we found in the system, as I know you understand as a businessman, just if you don't have a policy against something, that does not prevent somebody from challenging that as by claiming that the fact you do not have a policy would allow that type of behavior to happen.
Senator, further yield?
I do.
Senator, does it make sense to have a policy for something that really doesn't exist?
Yes, sir. It does make sense. I think what we look at, and I really do appreciate the question. What we have found is that a lot of times the retort for when you see the tsunami coming, a lot of people want to wait till it hits the shore to start sandbagging and evacuating everybody and doing what you need to do. I think if you look at the temperature that not only are we experiencing here in the United States, and obviously by these 3 lawsuits, these things, people are attempting to do this, then it is the responsibility of this body and the body across the way to make sure we are prepared for what comes down the road. Because as someone who understands crisis management and other things, you don't wait. And I think you just alluded to the fact that you and I agree there are 3 cases occurring, so it is here. So our job is to be good stewards of our state, to be good stewards of the Georgia Department of Corrections. We put policies into place that we feel are best to not only protect those housed in the Georgia Department of Corrections, but to protect the state, which is responsible for the Georgia Department of Corrections.
Senator, thank you for responding, but let me correct one thing. I do not agree with you. I've not heard of any cases. I've spoken to Commissioner Oliver. I am not aware of anywhere in the system, any time in the history of Department of Corrections, of this kind of surgery happening. Senator,
well,
thank you for your response.
But here's what I'll tell you, and I'm sorry that you don't know, but trust me on this, there are 3 cases.
I recognize the senator from the 41st.
Thank you. Senator, do you yield?
I do.
Senator, you spoke about this bill being about prohibiting people from being able to have surgeries. But isn't it true that this bill also makes it so that people who are incarcerated cannot have hormone replacement therapy?
If the attempt of the hormone therapy replacement is for gender transfer, yes, that is true.
So, Senator, do you further yield?
I do.
Can you explain to me why you are opposed to people having access to a very low-cost medication that would allow them to continue the therapies that they've been receiving?
First of all, the cost has nothing to do with it. The cost has, if we open up the door for small opportunities to move into the area dealing with gender dysphoria, then easily could it be interpreted by any court or others that the door should be pushed completely open, therefore exposing us to surgeries, gender reassignment, and things of that nature.
Do you further yield?
I will yield for one more question.
Isn't it true that you began your statement by saying that gender dysphoria does deserve, it's a disorder in the DSM and therefore should be treated? And is it not true that hormone replacement therapy is a treatment for gender dysphoria?
It is one treatment for gender dysphoria, but based on policies and procedures that will be put in place by the board after this legislation passes, I think that probably most likely will not be, but there are other treatments available, and I would encourage you to look into that, which I would be surprised if the senator had not already. And I tell you what, Mr. President, I'll take one more question if there are any.
You have no more questions, Senator.
Thank you. I will yield the well.
Secretary, read the amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Perrin of the 44th offers the following amendment number 1 to amend Senate Bill 185 by replacing lines 84 and 85 with inserting with such therapy prior to the effective date of this act. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator, would you like to speak on behalf of the amendment? Recognize the senator from the 44th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I've struggled over this legislation. For all the years that I've served as a state senator and the 2 years that I served in the House, I have always been committed to ensuring the dignity, humanity, and equality of all Georgians, especially the LGBTQ plus community who have been under near constant attack, certainly this session and many sessions before this one. I feel like we've done more bills this session picking on transgender folks than we've done anything else. And isn't that a shame when it's not a priority of Georgians that we pick on transgender folks? They want to know what we're doing about the cost of housing, among many other topics that we don't seem to be addressing. Perhaps we're trying to distract from our low state minimum wage, our pathetically low state minimum wage, by throwing bill after bill attacking transgender folks onto the wall. But we also need to consider the public's priorities. And on the one hand, like the majority of my constituents and most Georgians, I don't believe that taxpayers should be responsible for funding the surgeries outlined in lines 68 through 69 and 71 through 72, including gender-affirming surgeries, cosmetic procedures, or prosthetics. But on the other hand, I believe that denying transgender prisoners access to gender-affirming hormones that they are already taking, and in some cases may have been taking for years, is cruel and unnecessary. And I don't agree with the author. I don't think that allowing people to remain on hormones says anything about whether or not the state should be funding surgeries. Those are two very different things. Therefore, I rise to offer Amendment 1. For many transgender individuals, hormone therapy is a necessary medical treatment, and it's recognized as such by major medical organizations such as the AMA and the World Professional Association for Transgender Health. Forcing someone abruptly, or after a short period of weaning, to stop taking these medications while incarcerated can and will cause severe physical and psychological distress. And it's unnecessary, and it's harmful, and it's medically neglectful, because the treatment is not expensive, and it's not difficult to administer. There are a number of courts increasingly ruling that denying necessary medical care of this sort constitutes a deliberate indifference to serious medical needs. And beyond the medical risks, a policy that cuts off hormones that an individual may have been on for years exposes transgender prisoners to risks of increased violence and discrimination. We know that transgender inmates already face higher rates of abuse in prison, and the withdrawal of hormones can increase that vulnerability by forcing unwanted physical changes that can heighten a risk of abuse. If we allow, which I believe is the humane thing to do, allow transgender prisoners to continue this necessary hormone therapy, our prison system will uphold medical ethics, legal standards, and the fundamental principle that all people deserve humane treatment. So because of this, I urge your support for Amendment 1. If it's adopted, I believe that SB 185 would offer a more balanced policy. As I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, however, I don't believe that taxpayers should be required to pay for surgeries, gender-affirming surgeries, for incarcerated individuals. So I urge your support for Amendment 1, but I will be voting yes on the bill. In closing, please vote for Amendment 1, because cutting off hormone therapy does not advance a legitimate state interest of any sort for incarcerated individuals, denying incarcerated individuals hormones that they've been on for many years, and beyond not advancing any kind of legitimate state purpose, it's just cruel. So, Mr. President, I'm happy to answer questions, and if not, I will yield the well.
You have no questions, Senator.
Thank you. I yield the well, and I urge your support for Amendment 1.
Recognize the senator from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today just to express my disdain with the way this body is prioritizing certain legislation, and we see this pattern. It's been coming up all session long. This bill is taking a non-issue that affects an extremely small amount of people and wasting legislative time. I believe this is the, 4th or 5th trans bill we've seen this session? All because my colleagues on the right need a political target. We get it. You hate trans people. That is the message that we get loud and clear out of the 4 or 5 pieces of legislation that you keep harping on throughout this session. You hate trans people and you just want to make their life harder. And this is the target that you chose. A vulnerable group of people that don't have a lot of money or power to fight back. But this is your target. It's despicable. The amount of bills we've seen on trans is We got it the first time. We've seen no bills to address out-of-control gun violence, a problem in the state right now and across our country. We've seen no bills about expanding health care, to give health care access to hundreds and thousands of people. We've seen no bills to expand housing affordability, a key issue that's in all of our districts. I've seen no bills to really make our economy better. And in light of the Trump administration, economists are already sounding the alarm that Trump administration policies are steering the American economy in a deep recession. That's going to skyrocket inflation, stifle business growth, and it is predicted that we are going to be in a recession higher than the Great Recession that we've had in the past. But by all means, let's keep dealing with trans issues while people are losing their jobs, while they don't have homes, while our kids can't read, while we're stifling funding and education. Let's just keep dealing with trans issues. Because it's gonna save the state so much money. I just want to note that Democratic-sponsored bills have received very little hearings. The majority here wants us to play along, and they're calling some of my colleagues to play along with their game here. But they won't give us a seat at the table for important legislation that we should be dealing with that actually helps Georgians. No matter what any of us say, this bill is going through. It's going to go through. It's going to pass. Conditions in our state prisons are currently at horrific levels, really unconstitutional levels. The living conditions in our prisons are at horrific levels. You know, it's our job to take care of humanity, and, you know, I get that we want to keep harping on trans bills, but I think there's something missing here in the humanity chip. Or, you know, how each of you views humanity and how you're supposed to love people and how you're supposed to take care of people. This is unserious work that isn't helping a single person in our state. Like almost other contentious bills that have come through, SB 185 is a sad, frivolous waste of time when we have so many other problems to address. Our constituents deserve better, our states deserve better, and they deserve better than these cheap political stunts because it polls well. With that, Mr. President, I yield well.
Thank you, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The mood in here is weird, right? I've said that before. A lot of people in the ante room, quiet. We've just got to get through this. It's painful. It's painful because y'all feel like you have to do these bills, and I know my colleagues have said, how many of these are we going to do? I've got more specific questions about the how many are we going to do part. I'm sort of curious, like, have you figured out the mailer yet? Like, how many bullet points? Because there is the rule of threes, right? So, like, it does make sense to stop at 3 anti-trans bills. You already have the sports one you can do, and then you did the state health benefit plan, and you already did puberty blockers. So from a rule of threes standpoint, you've already got your mail. A lot of consultants will tell you that the smaller that the font gets on a mailer, the less likelihood that the voters are going to read it. And so, you know, one aspect of this that y'all probably need to think about is if you do like 4, 5, 6 of the bills, you start to get, where you get the back and forth email with your consultant where you're like, hey, I think there's too much text. Let's just drop puberty blockers. I think we should just do, the state health benefit one is good because it's like taxpayer money. Let's do that one, and let's do sports, because obviously sports is the best one we have. And then you argue over, well, let's just do one that's dedicated to sports, because we'll do a mail program that's got 10 to 15 mailers, so we can save some of the later ones for like the gnarlier stuff like surgeries. And then, eventually, once our mail program's complete, we will have convinced the voting public that we've protected Georgia from 3 people. 3 people. Y'all know Senator Tommy Tuberville from Alabama? He had a quote, this was on Fox recently, I just saw this on social media. I'm going to quote Tuberville, and please, if y'all cut this, like if you splice this clip, please add the context that this is Tommy Tuberville's quote. But he goes, we're getting to a point now where women and girls sports are getting ready to be extinct. Because already in states across this country, we have high school teams that are made up of totally boys participating against girls. I mean, it's like the fear toxin I talked about a minute ago, am I right? We heard the word tsunami in the author's opening presentation. Just a wave of trans people running scared on an island away from all the trans people because the wave is 50 feet high of just trans people. Did you ever expect when you ran for office as a law and order, fiscal conservative, that the way you would win re-election or election to a higher office in 2026 would be to pass like 6 bills that target a tiny fraction of people and to come up here all serious and be like, we care so much about girls' sports? Do you want to hear how many jokes I've heard about women's sports from people who you wouldn't expect to be overtly sexist over the last 10, 15 years? The differential in pay being justified, the fact that the arenas don't get packed out, but all of a sudden we care about girls' sports. Or taxpayer money, we hear that a lot. Let's talk about the $4.1 million that the AJC found that Georgia's already spent on settlements and defense because of the lack of care that we're already providing. Like at some point, I get that, when you get in the well, by playing along with the idea that these bills have merit individually, we are covering up what's actually happened. It's very, very simple. There is a vulnerable group of people who don't have a lot of political power. There have been a couple trial balloons on electoral success by beating up on them with bills, and now we're off to the races. Okay, if I did the legal history for you right now and said, oh, well, this court ruled this, you guys would be like, yawn, check your phone. Because you know it's unconstitutional. If I were to quote a 2011 Court of Appeals opinion where, the courts start waking up to the reality of the Eighth Amendment problem, the Eighth Amendment being the one that says no cruel and unusual punishment, i.e. you can't be denied medical care while you're incarcerated because you don't have the means to go get your own care. You're stuck. So the state has to provide your health care, right? And the study committee in question was the safety and welfare of all individuals in the Georgia Department of Corrections, and yet this bill just exempts medical care for one group of those individuals. So I guess not all. Look, to think that this is not medically required, that this is not a constitutional issue, you've basically got to think that the anguish that people experience when they have gender dysphoria just doesn't exist, or that it doesn't matter. What I'm going to ask all of you to do if you vote yes is decide which of those 2 things you think about the anguish that comes from gender dysphoria. Is it that it doesn't exist, or is it that it doesn't matter enough? Because let me tell you, the only bill that has come through this chamber this year that would have a prayer of actually banning surgeries or whatever the scare word is belongs to the senator back there. I can't see the number, from Athens. It was a resolution to open up the United States Constitution and change it. That would have been the only legislative vehicle available to this body to actually get rid of hormone therapy, surgeries, and any other gender-affirming care that is necessary. Part of the problem, and I talk about these doors a lot, blocking us to the lived experience. Can you imagine, and I'm being dead serious, can you imagine what it's like to be so out of touch with your own body that you attempt auto castration. Think about that. To be so out of touch with your own body, so in anguish over the feeling of disconnect that you have with your own body, that you attempt to castrate yourself. Now, the only times that surgeries have happened after they've been litigated, because it's bad enough without a policy banning them, it takes decades of court and litigation for the people who are attempting over and over and over again to castrate themselves to get a surgery. So the 5, whatever the tsunami of surgeries is, there are already decades of legal roadblocks for the people who get that, let alone what the Senator from 44th was talking about with regard to hormone therapy, which is a totally ordinary. Do you know that hormone therapy has been in use in the U.S. since the 1940s? For kids, by the way. Kids. No medical diagnosis, kids. Why? Because boys and girls didn't match up to the gender stereotypes about how tall or short they were supposed to be. This is real. You can go look this up. But when did we start caring all of a sudden about hormone therapy for kids and how irreversible and life-changing it was? When doctors and families decided in the privacy of their own space to start using those therapies for any different purpose except for gender stereotypes. When the culture and the social context changed, that's when all of a sudden protecting kids, protecting girls' sports, all of these salute the flag but exclusionary policies started to emerge. So don't get it twisted. None of this is new. Gender dysphoria is not new. Hormone therapy is not new. Corrective surgeries are not even new. What is new is that as transgender people have started to find each other, have started to assert their voices more loudly, as the science has improved and the medicine has become available so that people can get ordinary health care, just like anybody else would expect, as they have developed a sense of confidence and strength in being part of public life, the reactionary majority is saying, not so fast. Don't run when you should be walking. In fact, don't even walk, sit down. In fact, don't even sit down. Don't exist. So when we use words like erase and eradicate from the well, we are talking about what is ultimately a reactionary impulse to try to deny these people the right to live their truth. And in the meantime, and under this bill, they're incarcerated, in some cases harming themselves tragically. So look, if you don't think this stuff is real or that it matters, that is up to you. But don't go to your districts and say we're saving taxpayer money when those people sue and we pay out for defense and settlements a multiple of what we would have paid just to give those folks health care. I would still go with 3 bullet points for the mailers because I do think Rule of Threes makes the most sense. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Recognize the senator from the 22nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in opposition to this particular legislation. First, it's kind of important to understand what the bill is really not about. It's actually about 3 things, but surgery is really one of the bottom areas because it's so difficult to actually get, whether there are 3 pending cases or not. One of the first seminal cases that ever took place as far as surgeries are concerned actually took 27 years before the person actually was able to get their surgery because there's a lot of stuff that you have to actually show before you can actually do it. They filed for it in 1992. It wouldn't be until 2021 that they actually finally were able to receive their surgery. And the same actually would probably apply in these cases too, because it's not as though you can just say, I want to have surgery. It takes a lot to actually get to that point. So whether you file in cases or not is irrelevant. Same with this person actually filed a case and took 27 years before they actually were able to get it. The real aspect of this case is dealing with the hormone therapy and also, of course, the other cosmetics, which is in here in this particular bill. And the thing about this particular bill, looking at lines 73 through 76, is it really doesn't outlaw, as which has been mentioned, hormone therapies or cosmetic procedure or prosthetics. It just outlaws it for persons who are suffering gender dysphoria, which obviously is completely unconstitutional, equal protection violation, because the simple fact of the matter is, if you're going to give it to one group of people, you have to actually give it to a person who's suffering also from gender dysphoria. There's no reason not to do that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with trans people, but some of them suffer from gender dysphoria, similar to persons who may suffer from depression or any other ailment. Gender dysphoria is a recognized condition that someone has a true condition. And even if there are contrary opinions about that, that really doesn't matter. There's contrary opinions about how to necessarily take care of an asthmatic. There's contrary opinions about how necessarily to take care of a person who has cancer. There's always contrary opinions. But the clear actual scientific research is that gender dysphoria is recognized and that there's therapy which goes with gender-affirming care. And that gender-affirming care can be as simple as commissary items such as hair removal cream, razors, or pads to enhance or bind a person's body parts. Simple really is that. And that's not me saying that. That actually comes from the Northern District of Georgia, case just filed August 9th, 2024, where they ruled that the plaintiff, who was actually trying to just get 2 commissary items, not surgery, commissary items, had a likelihood of success because of the fact that they were able to show that they had gender dysphoria. So simply put, this bill attacks something that never really happens, and that's the surgeries. Whether a person's filed a lawsuit or not, we know that one of the first lawsuits that were filed took almost 30 years actually to get resolved. It really actually goes to hormone treatments and also the cosmetic treatments that actually exist. So what we're arguing about here is commissary products more than anything else. And the fact of the matter is, right now, the Georgia Department of Corrections says that it will be the responsibility of the state or the contractor to render any needed medical care. And this particular bill actually says that basically having hormone treatment or cosmetics, not surgery, can be needed medical care. That is the responsibility of the state. But I also want you to understand something too. It is not a free ride, because in the Georgia Department of Corrections, it actually does say that those products can be deducted from the prisoner's account. Obviously, that is not a lot, but it actually can be deducted from the prisoner's account. Look at the Federal Bureau of Prisons. 2019 also spoke on this issue. Under the heading transgender, page 25, states that inmate with a diagnosis of gender dysphoria will receive all proposed treatment plan to promote the physical and mental stability of the patient, including hormone therapy. And no treatment option is precluded. That was the rule in 2019 under President Donald Trump. And that remained the rule until today, where now they're trying to change it because supposedly it became a good campaign issue. And that is the key. The rule in 2019 under Donald Trump was that an inmate could receive all care to help his physical and mental stability of the patient under the heading of transgender, and that plan may include hormone therapy and no treatment option would be precluded until it was decided that it was a good campaign issue and that persons believed they could run on it. So the law does not support this bill. The facts on the ground do not support it, because within the Bureau of Prisons, whether we're talking about Georgia or on the federal level, they actually have already said medically necessary care is something that they're going to do. This bill doesn't even support it, because it says when you have medical necessary care, whether you're talking about cosmetics or hormone therapy, that is something that everyone else can take advantage of except somebody who has gender dysphoria. Completely wrong. But I know the law and the facts can never get in the way of what persons think is a good political issue. But actually, it's really not a good political issue. And I'll talk about that in one moment. Before I get there, I want to say this, because there may be many people who are watching and say that this doesn't really apply to them, especially African Americans to some extent. They say, this doesn't apply to me. I'm not LGBTQ+, so this doesn't apply. First, I would say humanity and respect concerns everyone. But I also would share this. This morning we passed SB 120, DEI bill, which has everyone up in arms, especially African Americans, and it should be. This bill and the national narrative around this bill is that basically African Americans are not qualified. Your children are not qualified. Your grandchildren are not qualified. The bill directly calls you a special interest. When the recent head of the Joint Chiefs was fired, he was called a DEI hire. A plane crashes and immediately people say it is DEI. From the inception of affirmative action, there was the narrative that African Americans were not qualified. Wednesday, there will be a press conference about this bill, And persons would say that this bill and the global narrative around DEI is erasing Black History Month. They would say that it is in Black colleges. They would say that it's actually erasing African Americans. And people would nod their heads and they would clap to that. And I may be one of them. But I would tell you to look at that bill on page 2. Because it says on page 2, it says it's illegal or wrong to provide special benefits to individuals on the basis of race, color, sex, ethnicity, national origin, gender identity, or sexual orientation. Understand that even though you may try to be separating yourself, those that you're going to say on Wednesday are trying to erase you, they're not separating you. So where are you going? So this idea is almost like being in a haunted house when you're young and the monster comes out and you start pushing your friends up to the front, but your back is to the wall. And so you push your friends up to the front to sacrifice them, but your back is to the wall. Where is it that you're going to be going? There's nowhere to go. So although you may believe there's a separation, the people that did the DEI bill that everyone's going to come up here for on Wednesday and complain about, they don't believe there's a separation. You're lumped right there with them. There is no separation. As I said just a few weeks ago, when you have that bus of hate, if you think it's going to miss you just because you do one thing, it's not. It will double back on you. And we are now seeing this morning that doubling back. And so there's no sacrificing, folks. There's no pushing anybody in front. We're all in this together, and we have to fight it together. But then someone would then bring you and say, but it's such a good campaign issue. Wow, we just can't beat it. It's just such a good campaign issue. I would encourage you to tell them this when they bring you that foolish notion, and I would tell you to encourage you to tell them this and say, unlike the presidential campaign, where they refused to talk about economics, and they decided to walk around with Republicans who were warmongers and people that nobody even knew, our campaign will not be like that. I would encourage you to tell them after 23 years of Republican rule, Georgia poverty is 14th in the nation. Thousands of children are going hungry. I would encourage you to tell them that 20% of the children live in poverty, and that number is rising, especially among Black and brown children. I would encourage you to tell them after 23 years, Georgia is ranked 37th in the nation for child well-being. I would encourage you to tell them that Georgia is ranked 36th in the workforce as far as persons making less than $15 an hour. And then I would tell you to tell them that Democrats are the ones that present a minimum wage bill that has not been passed. I would encourage you to tell them after 23 years, 500,000 people are uninsured, and the fact of the matter is rural hospitals are closing, and our healthcare system is actually one of the 5th worst in the nation, but it is Democrats who have been trying to push to actually expand Medicaid, and that has not happened. I would tell you to tell them that we can continue with these horrible stats, and I would tell you to tell them that Democrats have real solutions to these problems, and that the solution that the other side is giving you is to pick on kids, talk about surgery that may not happen for 30 years. With that, I yield the word.
Recognize the senator from the 39th.
Thank you, Mr. President. America is long overdue for a return to common sense. A revival is in order. And it's time our party steps up to claim the empty seat that the Republicans left vacant on the common sense train the moment Elon Musk stepped foot in the Oval Office. So let's talk about common sense. There is a long list of medical procedures that incarcerated individuals in Georgia do not receive, procedures that taxpayers do not cover: breast augmentation, liposuction, rhinoplasty, hair transplants, fertility treatments, gastric bypass, LASIK eye surgery,
and even erectile dysfunction medication. If you are a prisoner in Georgia and you want any of these elective procedures, in other words, procedures that are not deemed medically necessary under the standards that govern prison health care, the state will not provide them, nor should it. This bill does not cut a single dollar from the state budget. Not one tax dollar in Georgia has ever been spent on sex change surgeries for inmates. So let's not pretend this is about fiscal responsibility. This bill simply makes explicit what is already the practice in Georgia. And yet here we are debating this as if it were some looming crisis, as if Georgia's prisons were on the verge of becoming gender-affirming care centers at the taxpayer's expense. Let me be clear. That is not the reality here in Georgia. That is not happening. There is no policy urgency on this issue. And I believe it is a complete disservice to the people we are elected to represent to pretend otherwise. But I am also a pragmatist. And the simple truth is that I cannot, in good conscience, support taxpayer-funded medical procedures for prisoners that we do not provide to law-abiding citizens who are struggling every day to afford basic health care. Because here's what I do know. If you are a woman in Georgia, cisgender or transgender, who cannot afford a necessary medical procedure, this state will not step in to help you. If you are a child in Georgia who needs mental health care, your family may be forced to wait months, even years, for treatment. If you are a pregnant woman in Georgia facing complications and need emergency care, you might have to drive hours to receive life-saving care, because we still have one of the highest maternal mortality rates in the country and hospitals that have closed or are on the verge of closing. We have a child care crisis, an affordable housing crisis, and a wage gap that punishes women at every stage of their lives. You can thank 23 years of Republican leadership for that, but that is the reality we are living in. And until we fix that, I cannot stand on this floor and say that incarcerated individuals who've wreaked havoc in the streets of Georgia should have access to procedures that struggling Georgians outside of prison do not. That is not fairness, and that is not justice. Now, let me be absolutely clear. My vote today does not change my commitment to the LGBTQ+ community. I believe that transgender people deserve full dignity, respect, and equal protection under the law. I will fight against discrimination in housing, in employment, and in health care. I will fight for protections that ensure transgender people in Georgia can live their lives safely and freely. And I will fight back against real attacks on LGBTQ+ rights, because those are the fights that matter. But I will not let my party be dragged into an argument that makes us look out of touch with the very people we claim to represent. My job is not to follow the loudest voices. My job is to lead with reason, with fairness, and with an unwavering commitment to the issues that actually improve the lives of the people I serve. That is what I've done since my first day at the Capitol. That is what I'm doing today. And that is what I will continue to do into the future. And no one, not the far right, not the far left, and certainly not the people who prefer outrage over solutions, will tell me otherwise. America is calling for a return to common sense, and I intend to answer that call, not by abandoning my values, but by standing firm in them. Thank you, Mr. President. Unless there are questions, I yield the well.
Yeah, no questions, Senator.
Thank you.
Recognize the senator from the 40th.
Thank you, Mr. President. 3 years ago, I stood in front of this body and told you all that I am the parent of a trans child. I had barely said those words to myself, when I said them. I had told very few people, but the reason I came to the well to say those words that day is because I had listened to this debate. It was the first debate about the sports issue, and it felt like we were debating a political football instead of people. And so I came to this well to remind people that we are talking about very real people, children, parents, families. Some of you were here when I told that story, some of you weren't. But that story is really the story of my children who are now young adults. It is not really my story, it is their story. I remember when I first learned about boys and girls. I was in kindergarten, and I learned the words lassie and laddie. Do you remember those words? There was a song about them. Have you ever seen a lassie go this way and that? Have you ever seen a laddie go this way and that? I played it on YouTube in my car on the way here today. I really wish that it was that simple. I have heard many of you say, when you present bills, that there's girls and there's boys, and that's it. But for me, even though I would like it to be that simple, it is not. So I feel when we discuss these bills in this chamber, and my goodness, have we discussed them a lot and spent so much time on them, and I sit in my chair and I feel like I'm on a little tiny island in the middle of an ocean, and I'm completely by myself. And there are huge continents out to my left and out to my right. And out to my left is the Democrats saying, I know this is true. And out to my right are the Republicans saying, I know this is true. And here I sit on my little island saying to myself, I don't know. I don't understand this. I am not comfortable with this. But I must tolerate that ambiguity because I must love my children. We are all lucky enough to have been born into a country that offers freedom. But with the freedom, you have to have tolerance. Because if you don't have tolerance, you begin chipping away at that freedom. If we allow people true freedom, it's going to make all of us a little bit uncomfortable from time to time. But we have to be tolerant in order to protect everyone's freedom. We have to deal with things that we don't like. I keep hearing over and over again that taxpayers shouldn't have to pay for surgeries medically necessary if you consider gender dysphoria a disorder, that taxpayers shouldn't have to pay for that. But we all have to sometimes pay for things we don't like. And in this case, it's probably pennies. If you take the expenses that could be associated with gender dysphoria with prisoners and divide that up amongst 11 million people, we are probably talking about spending pennies each on something that some of us are uncomfortable with. So what this begins to feel like, and I'm back to why I came to the well to talk about this subject 3 years ago, what this is feeling like is it feels like we're discussing, we're dealing with politics instead of people, particularly with this bill. Maybe not with some of the other ones, but with this bill, which is why I've come to the well. I've been pretty quiet on this subject the last few years, but this feels like putting politics before people. I feel like this is all about those TV commercials we all saw during the presidential election, those what I think were very distasteful commercials during the presidency, and people realized that that issue could score about 2%. But in a race that's close, and in races that are close, that 2% can be about winning or losing. So it feels like this topic, particularly with this bill, when I hear people talking about it, whether they're Democrats or Republicans, they're talking about politics, not people. Now, there are very few institutions left in our country where people from the right and people from the left come together in the same room and have to fight out issues. Very few institutions. We all live in our bubbles these days. But this institution right here, this chamber, the chamber across the hall, the chambers across the country, this is one institution that's left where people from the left and right have to come together. And so it is our responsibility to lead the way, to demonstrate tolerance, to have those serious conversations, to help heal the divide that is killing our country. And bills like this that put politics before people only widen that divide, but they also hurt people. Every time one of these bills comes up, I have to worry about my children. I have to worry about how they are internalizing it. And every parent of a trans kid or a trans person has to worry about that. So I invite you to sit down with me, have a quiet conversation. We can listen to each other. And if we have that conversation, you might be surprised by some of the things I say, and I might be surprised by some of the things you say. But if we have those quiet conversations, instead of fighting out these politics in bills that just further the divide, then perhaps we can learn from one another. Thank you, Mr. President, and if there are no questions, I yield the well.
You have no questions. You have no questions. Thank you. All right, I think we got our last speaker, Senator from the 56th, and then we'll have the Senator from the 29th close the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the first day of legislative session, I reminded you all of a debating trick. If you can't win the argument, you change the subject. Let's be honest. You as Democrats in your own caucus are divided on this issue. Throughout the last several votes, some of you voted with us, and others took a walk and did not vote at all. The overwhelming number of Georgians and Americans, both Republicans and Democrats, support this bill and the others. Candidly, if you vote against this bill, you are politically tone deaf. One day, I do sincerely hope and pray that those who would vote against this bill will care more about the victims than convicted criminals. Let's make sure we understand convicted criminals in the Georgia prison system. If you support sex-change drugs and surgeries with taxpayer dollars for convicted criminals, I really believe you've lost touch with your constituents and your grip on reality. Folks, this is common sense. Some days I think it's not all too common anymore, but I would sure hope you would use your common sense today and vote for this bill. I yield the well.
Senator from the 41st, would you like to speak on it?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to talk about the infliction of pain on another person, to talk about real pain faced by real people, and to talk about this body's dismissal of that pain, indeed willful infliction of even more pain on those experiencing gender dysphoria in our prisons. You see, gender dysphoria is a mental health diagnosis. And when left untreated, we know the results. They are always tragic and sometimes fatal. What other diagnosis will this body decide to deny treatment for simply because someone has been convicted? What's next? Is it depression, suicidal ideation, psychosis, anxiety? All of these are diagnoses that a person can have based on their testimony, behavior, and the evaluation of a mental health care professional. Are we gonna decide that those aren't real either, despite the mountains of medical expertise that speak to the contrary? Gender dysphoria is a mental health diagnosis, one that polls indicate that very few Americans have ever personally experienced, but nonetheless, it's very real. It's as real as cancer, as real as kidney failure, as serious as a heart attack. Gender dysphoria is painful and it's real. Can you imagine living in pain every single day? And there's a low-cost pill that could ease your suffering. But because a bunch of people who've never felt your pain have decided that it's not real, you don't get to have that pill. When we ban HRT, that's what we are doing to a fellow human being. We are leaving them to suffer. Removing all of the tools for treating that pain is fundamentally cruel. Deciding that one mental health diagnosis is not as real as the others, dismissing the pain of another's lived experience, it's wrong and it's cruel. When a person who is incarcerated has a diagnosis, we, the taxpayers, pay for their treatment. Gonorrhea, chlamydia, HIV, hepatitis, lymphoma, high blood pressure, we pay for it. Depression, anxiety, anorexia, psychosis, we pay for it. Cancer treatments that require medications, covered. Surgical intervention needed, covered. Diabetes that requires a daily medications, we got you. An amputation is needed, got you, it's covered. Broke your leg while committing a crime, no problem. We've got a splint and crutches for you. Nicked yourself while shanking somebody else. Well, we've got taxpayer-paid stitches waiting just for you. Develop glaucoma, need dialysis, we, the taxpayers, cover it. And why do we cover it for people who are incarcerated? Why? Because we are better than the criminal who shows no regard for human suffering. We cover it because we have a moral obligation to avoid inflicting pain on another human being, regardless of a crime that they've committed. We pay for medical care for people in prison because we have a constitutional duty to avoid cruel and unusual punishment. SB 185 is unconstitutional. It's unconstitutional because it denies health care to those who are in custody. We are denying them care when we know that they have something that is very painful and yet very treatable. To deny this care is willful disregard of our duty to provide medicine and healing for those in prison who need it. As a society, we've decided that when someone willfully causes another pain, and shows no regard for human suffering, doing so is a criminal act. Yet when lawmakers withhold treatment for those with certain medical health diagnoses, when we disregard their suffering and cause immeasurable pain, well, they just call that Monday. But I want to take a step back for a moment. I want to take a step away from the issue of this General Assembly willfully choosing to inflict more pain on a minority population and turn to the Eighth Amendment of the Constitution. You see, the Eighth Amendment states that excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishment inflicted. The Eighth Amendment doesn't differentiate between separate classes or categories for those in our carceral system. It doesn't differentiate between those that the General Assembly deems normal and worthy and those that the body doesn't understand. The Eighth Amendment applies to every person in our carceral system. And how do we define cruel and unusual punishment? Well, the Supreme Court defines cruel and unusual punishment as punishments that are arbitrary, unnecessary, overly painful, humiliating, or degrading to human dignity. In a 2015 case, Diamond versus Owens, which sought to expose the harm endured by a transgender woman denied care for gender dysphoria, the Department of Justice issued a clear directive for all state prisons. The directive said that prisons must continue hormone regimens that people came in needing at the time of incarceration. Bringing it a little closer to home, this body's disregard for the numerous lawsuits that have been filed in our state regarding anti-trans policies is just staggering. It's staggering that Georgia taxpayers have paid over $4 million in transgender discrimination cases since 2015. It's staggering that out of the 19 cases brought against the state regarding discrimination of transgender children and transgender people, the state has won 0 cases. The taxpayer money spent on legal action far outweighs the funds we could have directed to the medical care for those in our prisons. Yet, despite these staggering facts, the lawsuits, the directive from the Department of Justice, despite the unconstitutionality of SB 185, despite the pain that this bill inflicts on a small population with a treatable mental health diagnosis, here we are. Here we are again. But I want to be clear, I refuse to be silent. I refuse to accept an unconstitutional, cruel, and unnecessary piece of legislation that is going to be the norm here. I will not sit silently by and watch a group of Georgia citizens be crushed and beaten down by this body yet again. And before I take my seat, I want to address the elephant in the room. I know good and well that public polling does not support gender-affirming care for people who are incarcerated. But I am keenly aware of our history, a history in which public opinion has often not been on the right side of justice, a history in which public polling has often sided with the majority and further isolated and forsaken the minority. I know this is not politically popular, but I stand here today urging my colleagues to vote no on this bill, to vote no as a sign of your commitment to humanity. Vote no for dignity. Colleagues, I beg you, do not let public polling persuade you to do something that you know in your heart is fundamentally unconstitutional, and quite frankly, it's downright immoral. With that, I yield the well.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from the 29th, would you like to close?
Thank you, Mr. President. First thing I'll address is the amendment. Again, if you read on line 83 of the bill, it says hormone replacement therapy treatment for state inmates, and this is talking about things that are allowed. Hormone replacement treatment for state inmates who were being treated with such therapy prior to the effective date of this act, provided that the provision of such therapy is solely for the purpose of transitioning off such therapy. And there are processes to handle transitioning off such therapy. They don't cut it off. They help them transition off. So, friends, I ask you to vote down amendment number 1. I got to tell you, when I came up here to present this legislation, I knew there'd be some pushback. And you always try to anticipate what the pushback is, because I know we have some well-educated, well-skilled attorneys in the room on both sides. I think we were counting up the other day, there's about 9 attorneys in this room. Maybe we need to consider a piece of legislation to address that. But what I heard was, and I'm going to tell you, it's almost laughable. We're talking about this, and I heard somebody come up here and start screaming, hate, 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 hate. And what I realized right then is that person didn't have an argument. If there's any hate, I can tell you where it's coming from. I'm a part of a caucus, and the 7 years I've been here, I've not seen hate against anybody. And I promise you, those that say they walk amongst the transgender community, they walk amongst those who feel whether they have a mental disorder that makes them feel a certain way, or whether they make a choice to feel a certain way, they walk around as if they were walking amongst this tribe. I promise you, in my 30 years, I've walked amongst that tribe. When they came here to meet at the ropes, I went out and spoke to every person out there. I worked in a large city in law enforcement. I promise you, I've walked amongst people that you've only read about. And some of these are people with serious mental health issues. And I heard people come up here and talk about Republican, 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 Republican. And so my extemporaneous mind said, they have no argument. They just don't like Republicans. And then I heard somebody throw out Elon Musk's name. I hate to tell you, but when I called Elon about this bill, he did not answer. It didn't happen. And listen, I heard Wells' speeches that sounded more like sermons than the speeches discussing a piece of legislation. And let me tell you, my friend, any one of us can get up here anytime we want to. And we can start talking about anything we want to. And we can make it sound like anything we want to. But the citizens of Georgia put us up here to have serious conversations about issues. And we represent the state of Georgia. And if there's a department with an issue, and that issue can be solved, then we attempt to solve that problem. Nobody walked up here in a black robe. So you can stand here all day long and say something's unconstitutional. But until you earn yourself a black robe, which requires a law degree to start with, and until you have a gavel in your hand, please, please forgive me if I don't quiver and shake and sweat when you say a piece of legislation is unconstitutional. That's just not me. But I'm going to tell you, to come up here and deflect and call other people in this chamber haters, to assume that there are certain segments of the population that the caucus that I represent don't like, hate, want to mistreat, want to segregate, all that does is show that you don't know. This legislation is really simple. You can pump all the emotion you want to in there. You can do all this other stuff. But let me tell you something. I can tell you one guy in here doesn't hate anybody. It's a word we weren't allowed to use when I was a kid at home. Everybody knows the word I have a tendency to use way too much when I'm locked in a room with my friends. I would have probably got away with using that word, which I never did, before I would have ever gotten away with using the word hate. Because my mother said you had to go to a dark place to hate something. And the men and women that I serve in this body with do not hate anybody. So what you need to start doing is maybe break out your books, find you some experts, quit making it about politics. Because I'm going to tell you, if we're talking about gender-affirming care, and if we're talking about gender dysphoria, then I'll tell you one thing that's not in my mind. It's not mailers. And let me be perfectly clear. If you think you're a member of the Democratic Party, and I'm going to waste one bit of energy spending campaign money to do a mailer about you, then God bless you. I got more important things to do. The 200,000 people that put me in there, put me in there. And if you love what people say here in the well, do me a favor, be quiet and listen. They don't need to hear the chatter. Let them say what they got to say. This is good legislation. This is compassionate legislation. If you don't like it, and don't vote for it. But quit making it political, because that's what you're doing. Please vote down the amendment, vote for the underlying bill, and with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senator has closed debate. All right, we're going to take up Amendment 1, authored by the senator from the 44th. Amendment 1. Is there objection to Amendment 1? All right, there is objection. If all those in favor of Amendment 1 will vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the amendment number 1, the yeas are 19 and the nays are 34, and so amendment number 1 has failed. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea, opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 37 and the nays are 15. This bill having received the requisite constitutional majority is therefore passed. All right. Hopefully we'll start moving now. Secretary Reed, SB 111.
Senate Bill 111 by Senator Albers of the 56 and others, a bill to be intended an act to amend Title 10 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to commerce and trade so as to enact the Georgia Consumer Privacy Protection Act to protect the privacy of consumer personal data in the state, to provide for definitions, to provide for applicability, to provide for exemptions, to provide for responsibilities of processors and controllers, to provide for notice and disclosure, to provide for security practices, to protect consumer personal data, to allow a controllers to offer different goods or services under certain conditions, to provide for limitations, to provide for statutory construction, to provide for preemption of local regulation, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Beach of the 21st District. Chairman, that completes the order. Mr. President.
Senator from the 44th, what purpose do you rise?
Ask for unanimous consent, Mr. President, to excuse the senator from the 41st for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, Senator from the 41st is excused. I now recognize the Senator from the 56th to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand before you this evening to discuss an issue that is increasingly vital in our digital age, an issue that touches the lives of every single one of our constituents, the protection of consumer privacy. Senate Bill 111, the Georgia Consumer Privacy Protection Act, represents a significant stride towards securing the rights of our residents, promoting their safety, and ensuring their privacy. This was a foundational recommendation from the Artificial Intelligence Study Committee, which met throughout 2024. Artificial intelligence will be perhaps the most impactful thing in our lifetime. Over the past few years, the world has become increasingly interconnected. Beginning with the advent of the internet and digital technology and now artificial intelligence, our personal information has become more exposed than ever. Every day we share financial details, our contact information, and even our personal thoughts online, be it through social media, e-commerce, or other digital platforms. Yet while these developments have brought many conveniences, they've opened the door to significant risks. From large-scale data breaches to more localized cyber attacks, the threat is real and present. Our consumer data is continually at risk, and the consequences can be dire. Identity theft, financial loss, invasion of privacy, these are all things that our constituents may face in if their personal data falls into the wrong hands. This is why the Georgia Consumer Privacy Protection Act is not just important, but absolutely necessary. This bill is a comprehensive approach to protect our consumers' personal data. It provides for clear definitions, outlines specific responsibilities for data processors, controllers, and mandates notice and disclosure requirements. It also ensures the security practices are put in place to protect consumer data. In essence, this bill is about accountability and transparency. It puts the power back in the hands of consumers, allowing them to control their data and how it is used. Simply doing things like opting out of selling, targeting, and profiling you and your personally identifiable information. The Consumer Privacy Protection Act also importantly provides for certain exemptions and limitations. This means that not one size fits all, but rather one that considers the unique circumstances of different situation. The flexibility ensures that the law remains effective and relevant and fair for all the parties involved. Moreover, this bill promotes the preemption of local regulation, and it will prevent a patchwork of different and potentially conflicting laws, thus ensuring consistency and predictability in the rules that govern our digital landscape. It's a forward-looking bill that anticipates the complexity and ever-changing digital world. In addition to these benefits, this act has the potential to restore trust and confidence in your digital life and transactions. With the enactment of this bill, Georgia citizens can comfortably engage in digital activities, knowing their data is protected more than ever, and that their rights and recourse should not be compromised. The Georgia Consumer Privacy Protection Act is not just a piece of legislation, it's a statement of our commitment to the welfare and rights of our constituents. It's a testament to the belief of the importance of privacy in our increasingly digital world, and most importantly, a reflection of our dedication here in the Georgia State Senate to create a safer, more secure, and empowering digital environment for all Georgians. This language was developed in partnership from a multi-state working group of our colleagues around the nation, TechNet, the leading technology group nationwide, the Technology Association of Georgia, numerous chambers of commerce, and other important stakeholders. You will see a letter on your desk reflecting some of that support today. I urge each and every one of you to support the Georgia Consumer Privacy Protection Act, show our constituents that we're committed to protecting their rights, their privacy, and their safety in this digital age while keeping Georgia the #1 place to do business. Mr. President, if there are no questions, I will yield the well.
You have one question, Senator. Recognize the senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Certainly from my friend from the 14th.
Is it not true, Senator, that this was a good bill last year? It is a good bill this year, and I am honored to support this as a step in the right direction.
Senator, I appreciate your great support.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, you have no questions, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other senator want to speak for or against the bill? Chair hears none. Is there objection to previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. Previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53. Wow. Yeas are 53 and the noes are from the typical no crowd back there. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. The good old no crowd, boy. I tell you what. Senator from 27th, I bet your kids have no fun, do they? You're the no caucus. Senator 53, you'll be right behind him soon as you start having kids. Moving on to SB 151, Senate Bill 151. Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 151 by Senator Beach to the 21st and others, a bill between title and act to create the Joint Development Authority of North Fulton Municipalities, to provide a short title, to provide definitions, to provide for powers of the authority, to provide for directors of the authority, to provide a development area, to provide for revenue bonds and other obligations of the authority, to recite constitutional authority, to provide for effect on other authorities, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senate Committee on State and Local Governmental Operations General recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Dixon, Chairman. Mr. President, the minority report to Senate Bill 151 has been attached. That completes the order, Mr. President.
I would recognize the pride of Fulton County right here. There it is.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I bring before you SB 151, which will create the Joint Development Authority of North Fulton. You know, Senators, when I moved to North Fulton 32 years ago, we had two cities, Roswell and Alpharetta. The rest of North Fulton was unincorporated, Fulton County. Now, if you fast forward to today, we have 6 cities, and there is no unincorporated Fulton County within these 6 cities. And I will tell you, Fulton County is a unique county. It's a unique animal, if you will. It's 91 miles long. And then in the middle, you have this big giant called Atlanta. You have South Fulton, Atlanta, and North Fulton. And our needs are very different. So from a geographic standpoint, the needs of South Fulton are very different than North Fulton. And then Atlanta has their own development authority called Invest Atlanta. This bill simply creates a North Fulton Joint Development Authority so that the 6 cities have control over their own economic development. You may ask, why is this important? With the state investing $4 billion in the Georgia 400 corridor, with 16 miles of new lanes northbound and 16 miles of lanes southbound in MARTA, bus rapid transit going up the middle on Georgia 400, we will continue to see economic growth. The state of Georgia believes Georgia 400 is an economic engine of our state. So all SB 51 simply does is gives us the tool in our toolbox in North Fulton to help facilitate this growth. So I just ask for your favorable support, and Mr. President, I'll yield for questions. If not, I'll yield the well.
You have no questions, Senator.
Okay. Thank you very much. I ask for your support.
I recognize the senator from the 39th, the other pride of Fulton County. Here they come. Opposite.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I rise in opposition to this bill. The creation of a North Fulton Development Authority is a solution in search of a problem. It does not enhance economic growth, it weakens it. It does not create efficiency, it duplicates bureaucracy, and it does not serve the people, it serves confusion. Let's be clear, Develop Fulton already works. It has successfully served every corner of the county from north to south under an existing effective legal framework. It has provided consistent, transparent, and fair economic development support for years. The bill before us today undermines that success in favor of fragmentation, uncertainty, and duplication. Develop Fulton's balanced board includes representatives from North and South Fulton, as well as county and school officials, ensuring a countywide perspective that the proposed authority would lack. We often talk about streamlining government and avoiding unnecessary bureaucracy. So why would we create yet another government agency within a county that already has a functioning one? The state is actively working to reduce government bloat, yet this proposal would do the opposite, layering in a new authority that serves no distinct purpose beyond adding confusion. When businesses and investors look at a region, they seek stability and clarity. The creation of a separate authority introduces uncertainty, the kind that makes businesses think twice before investing. If Fulton County starts carving itself into separate competing development authorities, we send a dangerous signal that we are not unified, that we do not have a single strong economic vision, and that businesses looking to invest here might be better off going elsewhere. One of the most misleading narratives behind this bill is that North Fulton is somehow going to be left behind in development decisions, but here are the facts. Develop Fulton has already approved every single project brought forward from North Fulton. The 9-member board that governs economic development includes members representing North Fulton, ensuring fair input. In fact, the author of this very legislation was either chairman, vice chairman, or a board member when some of those North Fulton projects were greenlit. So what exactly is broken here? If projects are being approved, if representation is fair, if development is moving forward, what is the justification for breaking apart an already successful system? Businesses and investors that have spent time and money navigating our existing system could suddenly find themselves in limbo, and that's not how you build trust in a business-friendly environment. A business-friendly environment, by the way, which has yielded over $1.4 billion in investments in North Fulton alone, creating or retaining 20,000 jobs, and has added more than $62 million in new net tax revenue in just North Fulton. The existing authority already ensures that all affected stakeholders, from county to school officials, have a seat at the table, and this new proposal shuts them out. And let's not forget that 3 of the 6 cities that represent North Fulton already have their own development authorities: Sandy Springs, Roswell, and Alpharetta. So in these cases, we wouldn't just be adding one more layer of bureaucracy, we'd be adding a 3rd layer. Where is the logic in that? Where is the efficiency? This is not economic development. This is over-legislating at its worst. And finally, we need to talk about process. This was not a bill that was brought in front of the full Fulton County delegation. And that is more than just a procedural misstep. The facts are clear. Develop Fulton's already working for North Fulton. Creating a separate authority introduces confusion and economic stability, especially since Develop Fulton was created in statute and will continue to operate in all areas of the county because there is not a separate bill to move forward that would keep it from doing that. It duplicates bureaucracy in a way that even state leaders like us should oppose, and it jeopardizes ongoing projects that businesses and nonprofits are counting on. So we must ask ourselves, are we here to build a stronger, united Fulton County? Are we here to create unnecessary divisions that serve no real purpose? I think each of you may have received over the weekend an email from the chair of the Fulton County Develop Fulton Authority, the current chair, who has laid out for us many of the things that I just said, but who has underscored the fact that North Fulton will continue to be an important part of the development work that the authority is doing, and that we are urged by him as well to reject this proposed legislation and to stand with Develop Fulton in preserving the foundation that's made Fulton County a leader in Georgia and around the globe. I urge you also to reject this proposal. Let's not fix what isn't broken, and let's not divide what works best when united. I will take questions or yield the well, whichever one. I'm happy to yield, but I might have a question from my friend and colleague.
I think you have a friendly question here, Senator. Recognize Senator from 36.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the Senator in the well for your presentation, and it's accurate to say that you are the chair of the Fulton County delegation in the Senate. Is that not the case?
Yes, I am, and thank you for that. I forgot to introduce myself as the chair of the Senate's Fulton County bipartisan delegation, who did not get a chance to pre-vet this bill with the other members of the delegation before it was brought to committee.
Thank you for sharing that information. I'm a member of that delegation as well, and isn't it true we had no opportunity to make input on it? And isn't it true that as we consider this vote, and I agree with you, this is layers and layers and layers of government. Aren't we just setting up a situation for future conflict and competition for entities within one county?
We are. In fact, there's a term for that, and it's called forum shopping, when sometimes business will come, and in fact, they will pit one development authority against the other, looking for the best tax break that they may be able to secure for themselves. And that's not the best way to do business, certainly not within one county. And add to that the other development authorities that already exist in the cities and the municipalities themselves, and it just breeds confusion.
And isn't it true, and I think you have made this point, we could actually, if we voted yes to create this entity in North Fulton, actually wind up with deals that are not financially beneficial to the county, because the low ball goes and the low ball goes, and before you know it, we're headed on a downward spiral, or that's certainly the potential. Isn't that the case?
Yes, the senator knows of which she speaks.
Thank you for pointing out all these salient facts, and I would implore colleagues to consider, as you cast this vote, isn't it true that it would be in the best interest of a sound review of this that this not go forward. How many of us, I would ask, would like this to happen in the counties that they represent? If the answer is yes, well, that's your answer. But isn't it true? We're asking people to take a close look at this and understand the downside of this. Is that true?
That is very true.
Thank you.
Please, I'm urging you to vote no on this bill. It is not necessary, it is duplicative, and it is not what the county is looking for. Thank you very much.
You do have one more question.
I do.
But you're welcome to yield at any time, Senator.
I know. Who's got a question for me? I shall yield the well. I cannot
Senator has
tell.
yielded. Woo! I love it when people take good cues. All right, Senator from the 20th, would you like to make a statement? What purpose do you
Mr.
rise?
President, parliamentary inquiry.
State your
please.
inquiry.
Mr. President, to quote the former senator from the 45th, I live out in the hinterlands, and all these cities and communities up there, you know, in the metro area and all that get me very confused. My question, my parliamentary inquiry is, how will this impact the city of Mulberry?
I'm sure if we hung around long enough, Senator, we'd figure out a way. Recognize the Senator from the 56 to close debate, I hope.
Thank you, Senators. For one last comment, the same arguments we heard against this bill today were the same ones we heard when we created the city of Sandy Springs and the city of Johns Creek and the city of Milton, which became some of the most successful cities in that area, and all the other cities that happened after that. It's brought positive economic growth and prosperity. Fulton County, if it was measured in its population by state, would be bigger than 9 other states in population. It's enormous, and because it's our largest capital county and state, it deserves separate attention in one area. This is a good bill, and I'd urge your favorable consideration. Thank you. I yield the will.
Senator's yielded. Senator from the 21st, would you like to close debate? Wave. Oh, the body. You're playing with the votes, man. Playing with the voters.
Thank y'all. Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just say this, that the reason for this is when you look at the 6 cities in North Fulton, we would be the 5th largest county in the state at 388,600 population. So it's almost like it's its own county. But more importantly, when you look up the 400 corridor, you have 900 technology companies, the fintech business, and again, we're getting ready to invest $4 billion. When I speak as economic development and tourism chairman around the state, I talk about 3 economic engines. The Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, the busiest airport in the World Congress Center, and the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, and Savannah Port and Brunswick Port. I have now added a 4th economic engine. It's the North Fulton corridor with the fintech business and with all the technology companies. We're going to continue to grow, and we need to have our own development authority. Currently, there's 9 board members on Develop Fulton, only 2 from North Fulton. Sandy Springs does not have a development authority, only Alfred and Roswell. So I would just tell you, we need this tool in our toolbox as we continue to grow and create jobs in North Fulton. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
All right. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. All opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 31st, what purpose do you rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
For the senator from the 21st, isn't it not true ag is still the #1 industry in Georgia?
Senator knows what he speaks. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 32, the nays are 23. This bill, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. All right, we're going to have one more bill, I think. Maybe two more. I don't know. Depends on how long this one takes. Let's see, it's 8 o'clock, so let's see how long this one gets debated. All right, Secretary, read the caption.
Senate Bill 175 by Senator Robertson on the 29th and others. Bills being titled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 2 of Title 21 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated related to general provisions regarding elections and primaries, so as to prohibit the use of ranked choice voting, to provide for certain exceptions, to provide for a definition, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Ethics recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson, Chairman. Mr. President, minority report to Senate Bill 171 has been attached, and that completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 29th.
Friends, y'all are very familiar with SB 175. This is legislation to ban ranked choice voting in Georgia. And let me tell you, this is not the Republicans having a talent for coming up with a bad solution to a non-existent problem. What this is, there's been a push for ranked choice voting. It is not organic. It is not a grassroots movement, but it's a concerted national campaign by a group of elite mega donors to change elections across this nation. Americans want elections with clear rules that deliver clear winners. We have done a lot here in Georgia to do that. I and others in this room were part of a lawsuit related to SB 202. As the lawsuits were dropped, we saw voter turnout skyrocket because of SB 202 for both parties, Democrats and Republicans. We saw a seismic shift in the transparency of Georgia elections. And now, what this small group of elitists want to do, who pay their lobbyists very, very well, if you don't believe so, just pull the report, to push ranked choice voting. It's used in New York City, where they've complained many times about confusion and spent millions of dollars to educate. Again, ranked choice voting, you've heard it before, you voted it out before, to prohibit ranked choice voting in Georgia, and I ask you to do that again tonight. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the well.
I know we have a minority report on this. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? One of those lawyers back there? All right. I know you are, Senator. All right. If nobody else wants to speak on it, we'll do the minority report right now, calling the senator from the 44th speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening. I think this is my last time in the well today. I know we're all getting tired. We're all getting a little punchy. But I want to make some important points about the bill that we have in front of us. I do not think it is good policy to ban ranked choice voting in Georgia at this time, especially because it actually isn't even legal. So the bill accomplishes nothing at all. Ranked choice voting is not necessarily a perfect solution to some of what ails American democracy today, but it is one example of a much needed reform to help break the cycle that we are currently in of polarization, dysfunction, and frustration that has gripped our democracy for far too long. Right now, our elections reward the most extreme voices. And I don't need to tell all of you why, because all of you know exactly why. Our primaries, where all or almost all of our elections are decided, partially due to gerrymandering, partially due to geographic distributions of partisanship, all those primaries are dominated by the most committed ideological activists. And we all know this because we all live it, and it is part of our existence as politicians. We've all shared in the anteroom or over dinner stories of unreasonable, misinformed, out-of-touch constituents. They might be one of those, they might be all three sometimes, who try to bully us and form online mobs to try to enforce ideological conformity. These activists make up a tiny fraction of voters, but they're the ones choosing the candidates. Now, I guess I need to give them all a shout out because clearly these activists chose every single one of us. So, it's not all bad. But I still think the system is resulting in a lot of frustration out of the average voter. There are major issues with having a relatively tiny group of activists choose basically all of the legislators in our chamber and also the one across the hall. The vast majority of Georgians who just want their government to work, solve problems, and represent their interests and priorities and the things they actually care about: healthcare, the economy, crime, health, taxes, education. We spend so little time on the public's priorities and so much time on the priorities of some group in someone's primary. Voters writ large are frustrated, unheard, and underrepresented. So ranked choice voting is one way that could fix this. Instead of forcing voters to pick between what many would regard, none of us, but many through the broad ideological middle of the electorate would regard as the lesser of two evils, it allows them to rank candidates in order of preference. This means that winning candidates must actually appeal beyond their base and earn support from a broader range of voters. It rewards consensus building rather than extremism. It encourages candidates to engage with all voters, not just those in their respective primary or the most radical voices in their party. And it also lessens negative campaigning because instead of just going totally negative against the person that you think may be ahead of you in the race, you are wanting to win over their voters and hope that they will pick you second. So it encourages, it lessens negative, toxic campaigning. And it eliminates the spoiler effect, where some voters feel that they can't vote for their preferred candidate because they know that candidate is not viable. This allows them to vote for their preferred candidate and other candidates so they know that their vote will count in the end. The impact is less gridlock, more accountability, and better problem solving. States and cities that have adopted ranked choice voting have seen broader coalitions formed and a government that has a greater mandate from the people. But another benefit that should be very important to us here in Georgia is that our runoff system is extremely costly. Millions and millions of dollars in taxpayer money. A recent report from KSU found that the staggering costs of our runoffs recently were $75 million. The runoff election is also notably less democratic than the first round of voting because turnout drops anywhere from like 70% to 90%. Almost all of our runoffs in DeKalb this year saw turnout drop 90% or more. Often there's just one race left on the ballot. And so all the hubbub and chatter that you get from having multiple contests voted on at the same time disappears. People get busy and they forget about it. And so then when you have this like 10% of voters deciding the result when 90% just dropped off, that's also not democratic at all. Americans are hungry for reform. Georgians are hungry for reform. People are seeking a government that represents the broad middle, not just the loudest voices in the room or online. This would offer a path forward, trying ranked choice voting. But banning it just keeps a broken system in place. And since it actually isn't currently legal, except for our overseas voters, it bears repeating that the bill does nothing at all. So let's embrace thinking about reforms. I would love to make elections work for the people, for the broad center of Georgians' public opinion, not just for political elites or activists that pay attention to politics about as much as all the rest of us do, which we know is a very small percentage of the electorate. I'd like to help get American democracy off its moribund, toxic gridlock and back to serving citizens again. I'd love to let our cities pilot ranked choice voting, which is what many of them have asked for in my district and in many of your districts. That's what they would like to do. Try it, see if it works. Perhaps we could all learn a lesson from that trial. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't have to go further. But I do know that in trying to shut down any notion of reform, we do nothing but reward political extremists and keep a system in place that Americans currently are very dissatisfied by and are, in fact, trying to throw grenades into every chance they can because they do not feel represented. So, Mr. President, I will yield the well if I have no questions.
You do have one question, okay. Senator.
All right, I will yield for questions.
Recognize the senator from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, do you yield?
Of course.
You said that you'd like to see local municipalities be able to implement this. I'm curious how they would implement it, though. What system would they use for that? Because as you probably know, the Dominion machines have not been EAC certified to use the ranked choice voting module that's a part of those. So my concern is that while you said it would be very expensive, our runoff system is very expensive, which I would agree with. Buying new voting equipment would be over $100 million. So does that concern you at all?
I think we have some other bills that are already moving us toward new voting equipment, right? But anyway, let me answer your question. Okay. So the legislation that has been pending in the House in prior sessions, I don't know if it's been refiled, would allow the piloting of ranked choice voting. And I cannot recall, so I don't want to misrepresent exactly how it would work. But I do know how it works for our overseas and military voters, and it would probably work like that.
Steve, further yield?
Sure.
Well, overseas voters use paper ballots, and so that would be the only way that it actually would work, would be a more thorough overhaul of the system, which that's kind of my point, is that until and unless Dominion is certified, under current Georgia law, it would actually be much more expensive to do this than to stick with the current runoff
But
system.
Senator,
Isn't
that's
that true?
only if you do that statewide, and no one's talking about that. We're talking about there are a few cities that would like to pilot it. So I don't believe that the expense would be astronomical, and I believe that those particular machines or paper ballots could be utilized. There are ways that could make it happen for a limited pilot without upending every Dominion BMD that we currently use.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
You have no more.
All right, thank you. I yield the ball.
Now that was the minority part. So, the author of the bill, where's the senator from the 29th? Oh, good, he stepped off, so we can close debate. We can close debate. Does any other senators wish to speak for or against? Is there objections to the previous question being ordered? Chair hearing none. Previous question is ordered. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 36 and nays are 19. This bill, having received requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Secretary Reed, Senate Bill 195.
Senate Bill 195 by Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd and others, a bill to be entitled Act to amend Article 6 of Chapter 4 of Title 26 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to pharmacies, so to provide that pharmacists are authorized to dispense pre-exposure prophylaxis and post-exposure prophylaxis under certain conditions, to amend Article 2 of Chapter 34 of Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to medical practice, so as to provide for the approval or development of a training program for pharmacists by the Georgia State Board of Pharmacy, to require pharmacists to complete such training program before dispensing pre-exposure prophylaxis or post-exposure prophylaxis, to provide for definitions, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson, Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize Senator from the 52nd. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on one second. Hold up. Sit tight, Senator. Hold
Mr.
on.
President, Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd offers the following amendment number 1 to amend Senate Bill 195 by replacing Georgia Drug and Narcotics Agency on lines 196 and 197 with Georgia State Board of Pharmacy, by replacing board on line 269 with Georgia State Board of Pharmacy, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
All right, Senator. Floor is yours. Senator from the 52nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Hopefully this bill will be a little bit easier than some, but the HIV rate of new infections in Atlanta is about the 4th highest in the country. One thing that does help out with this is some preventative medicine that is available. This medicine would be dispensed by pharmacists, not prescribed by pharmacists. We don't have prescription in there. They're dispensing it. Distinction I need to make clear to everybody. But the cost of that generically can be as low as $23 to prevent it. The cost of treating it once they have it is about $30,000 to $70,000 a year. And so this bill would, I think, lower the cost of health care as well as improve quality of life. The amendment is because in 4 places where we had board, they thought it should say the Georgia State Board of Pharmacy, and in 2 places where we said the Georgia Drug and Narcotics Agency, they asked that they be removed because there's no narcotics involved in this medicine. there's no questions, I'd urge you to support Amendment 1 in the bill, and I'll yield the well.
There are no questions, Senator. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? Chair hears none. Is there objection to previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of Amendment 1. Question on adoption of Amendment 1 authored by the senator from the 52nd. Is there objection? Without objection, Amendment 1 is added. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. All opposed nay. Secretary on the lightning machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 55, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed as amended. Secretary read Senate Bill 29.
Senate Bill 29 by Senator Williams of the 25th and others. The bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 6A of Chapter 3 of Title 35 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to DNA sampling, collection, and analysis, so as to provide for the collection of DNA samples of individuals arrested for the commission of a felony at the time such individuals are booked or otherwise processed by a detention facility, to revise provisions relating to destruction of DNA profiles, to provide for related matters, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill to pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland, Chairman. Mr. President, a minority report to Senate Bill 29 has been attached. Mr. President, Senator Williams of the 25th offers the following amendment number 1 to amend Senate Bill 29 by replacing lines 101 through 116 with the following. 1, a certified copy of the applicable, a court order or documentation from the prosecuting attorney stating that all charges for which the DNA profile was created or dismissed and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Hatchett the 50th and others offer the following amendment number 2 to amend Senate Bill 29 by replacing felony on lines 29 or on lines 26 and 59 with serious violent felony, as such term is defined in Code Section 17-10-6.1. That completes the order, Mr. President.
All right, recognize the Undertaker from the 25th District. You know, I just realized something, Senator. Both you and the House member from Baldwin County are both Undertakers. How about that? Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. President. I bring to you a bill today, Senate Bill 29. This bill will allow law enforcement to swab inside of your cheek for someone arrested of a felony offense. The person, when he's fingerprinted, and then he'll be swabbed. Every state that touches Georgia has been doing this. Georgia's the last southeastern state that does not collect DNA. Alabama started in 2010. Florida in 2009, North Carolina in 2009, South Carolina in 2008, Tennessee in 2007. Here it is, 2025, ladies and gentlemen, we need this. Rape kits are finally being processed. That is only one piece of the puzzle. We need the other part of the puzzle. We need to know who did the crime. We could have a serial rapist or murderer living here close to us. But not only does this DNA help convict the guilty, it can set you free. There was a case down in South Georgia. A man was charged with a crime of killing a couple in a church. He spent 20 years in prison.
Hold on one second, Senator. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I know the time is getting late, but please give the senator your attention.
Dennis Perry was sent to prison after being charged with a murder in Camden County of a couple. He spent 20 years in prison. Finally, DNA evidence and a match came up, and Eric Spare was charged with a murder. This man was turned loose after 20 years in prison. That is too long, ladies and gentlemen. Harold Swain, Thelma Swain, was killed in Waverly, Georgia. Someone acting as the suspect's boss called the police and told them that he was at work that day. 375 DNA exonerations have taken place between 1989 and 2020. DNA is a powerful tool, but it is not enough to convict someone. Usually the DNA can be used to prove guilt or innocence, but it's often used with a combination of other information and facts. The cost of a swab kit is $1.44 plus postage to be mailed. This is long overdue. I hope that you will vote for this bill. I'll yield for any questions, Mr. President.
You do not have any questions, Senator.
Thank you. I yield the well.
Oh, yes, Senator. Did you speak to the amendment, Senator? Senator, did you speak to your amendment here?
Yes, I'm sorry. I have amendment AM 550083. This is something that Ledge Council brought forward that clears up that if you're exonerated and found innocent, then your DNA swab is purged. It is not kept on file. So you would have to have proof that you were exonerated, found innocent, but your DNA profile would be purged and would not be kept on file.
All right, Senator, you can either yield. You have one question, but you can yield if you want to. You want to take a question?
Yes, sir.
All right. Senator from the 55th.
To my distinguished colleague, will you yield?
Is your amendment up here? No, I don't have it. I'm sorry.
Will you yield, please?
I do, yes, sir.
Is it not true, Senator, that if I accuse you of a felony, you would be, under this particular bill, be required to give up your DNA?
If you have arrested me for the commission of a felony, yes, sir.
Would that not violate guilty until proven innocent?
No, sir, not necessarily. It could, matter of fact, as I have stated, could actually set you free and prove that you didn't do it by collecting your DNA.
Will you further yield, Senator?
Yes, sir, I certainly do.
I applaud the sense that you are proceeding, but is it not further true that we have DNA, we have rape kits that are yet to be resolved going back for years in certain of our counties?
They are processing the rape kits. They're probably 2 to 3 weeks out from what I have been told, that they have just about caught up. But that DNA is on file from those rape kits, and if they can match that DNA from someone who's committed a burglary or some other crime who they've gotten arrested for that felony, then we could probably take a serial rapist off the streets.
Thank you, my distinguished colleague. I will not ask you any further questions.
Thank you. I think there's a second amendment too, Mr. President.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't have a copy
you've
of it.
got two amendments here. Yeah.
Okay, there's a second amendment on lines 26 and 59 by replacing serious felony with serious violent felony, as such term is defined in Code Section 1710-61. This is known as the 7 deadly sins. So you would have to commit very serious felony in order to be swabbed. Okay.
He's going to speak to it, Senator.
All right, I yield the well. Thank you.
All right, you will. Senator from the 50th comes. You want to speak to your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Amendment 2, which is a friendly amendment signed by the bill's author. This hatchet brass amendment is basically you're replacing felony on lines 26 and line 59 with serious violent felony, as such term is defined in Code Section 17-10-6.1. I know the hour is late, but I think this is a pretty serious matter that we're about to do because we're basically changing some policy in the state of Georgia. Right now in all 50 states, upon a conviction of a felony, they can collect your DNA. What we're trying to do now, the way the bill was drafted, is if you are arrested for a felony, they can take your cheek swab. What this amendment seeks to do is it basically aligns Georgia code with the U.S. Supreme Court that's already found that if you are arrested for a violent felony, it is not a Fourth Amendment violation under the Constitution to take a DNA swab from the cheek. This was in a 2012 case, Maryland versus King. In that case, Justice Kennedy actually wrote the decision, and you had Chief Justice Roberts, who was appointed by George Bush, Clarence Thomas, Justice Breyer, which was appointed by Clinton, Alito, which was appointed by Bush, all agreeing that a DNA swab after being arrested for a violent felony is constitutional and not a violation of your Fourth Amendment rights. So you can argue all day about the constitutionality of the current bill, but if we go with this amendment, we already know it's been heard and decided by the Supreme Court. So what I'm attempting to do is at least get Georgia in line with what 31 other states are already doing. 31 states are doing this right now. One of the purposes behind this DNA sample upon arrest is, with the progression that we've seen in technology with DNA, it's a great tool for law enforcement. And every law enforcement officer that I've spoken to is in favor of this. There have been cases all across the country, but one in particular that a woman flew in from Texas and talked about how she was brutally raped. And when she was attacked, they put a mask over her, and she was not able to see the person that did it to her at all. And she lived in fear for two to 3 years until finally the person that did that to her was found in a state, in one of these 31 other states where they do take DNA samples upon arrest. They caught him. He was convicted, and now he's serving about 200 years in prison. And it turned out he was a serial rapist. In Texas, where this is implemented, the first year they caught 240. Second year they caught 600, and in 2023 they caught 1,004. So this is a very powerful tool. It protects citizens, and it is constitutional because of the ruling of the Supreme Court in 2012. And Mr. President, I'm happy to yield for any questions. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
All right. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? All right. All right, so nobody signed up to speak. We'll take up the amendments. On amendment number 1, authored by the senator from the 25th, author of the bill, is there objection to amendment number 1? Without objection, amendment number 1 is added. On amendment number 2, authored by the gentleman from the 50th district, is there objection to amendment number 2? Without objection. All right. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor of the bill vote yea. Opposed nay. Vote yea. Vote nay. Opposed nay. Y'all got me all tongue-tied here. Secretary, unlock the machine. Senator from the 19th. Oh. All right. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 44, the nays are 11. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed as amended. All right, last bill of the night, Senate Bill 56. I know, right? I mean, I don't even know if we have to debate this. Why don't we just vote on it? Y'all want to vote on it? Read the caption. Read the caption.
Senate Bill 56 by Senator Anavacharte, the 31st, and others, the bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 5, Chapter 9, and Title 45 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to Georgia State Indemnification Fund so as to authorize the Department of Administrative Services to purchase annuities for the payment of identification claims, to provide for qualification standards for indemnification claims relating to certain deaths of public safety officers related to COVID-19, to provide for timely requirements for application of such indemnification claims, to provide for definitions, to provide for conforming changes, to provide for related matters, to provide for an effective date, to repeal conflicting laws, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker, Chairman. Mr. President, Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor offering substitute to Senate Bill 56, bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 5, Chapter 9, and Title 45 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to Georgia State Indemnification Fund so as to authorize the Department of Administrative Services to purchase annuities for the payment of indemnification claims and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Recognize the caucus chair of the majority party, Senator from the 31st.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be very brief. Okay. In all seriousness, real quick, this bill that you're about to vote on is for fallen public safety and law enforcement officers. Mr. President, I want to thank you, your staff, the senator from the 29th, the senator from the 56th, the senator from the 19th, helping us get the money in the budget, and everyone else who has supported, people like Deputy Barry Henderson in Polk County and the others around the state that have been waiting for funding from their family for their fallen loved ones who died in the line of duty during the pandemic. Vote Greene on 56. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Any other senator want to speak for or against it? Chair hears none. Is there objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of vote yea. All those nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. I thought you... On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Recognize the majority leader.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I move the stand adjourned until Tuesday, March 4th at 10 a.m.
Majority leader has moved. Secretary, read the announcements.
Mr. President, there are no announcements.
Oh, wow. All right. Majority leader has moved that the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes clearly have it. Be ready for a long day tomorrow. Have a good evening.